All right. So, welcome back, everybody. I pray everybody's having a great Shabbat today. Let's say a quick prayer before we begin everything, and then we'll go right into reviewing Victor's video and just pointing out some instances where he's incorrect. Hopefully, in an attempt to make him see or be able to see and understand better. All right. Father Abba Yahuwah, we thank you for allowing us to come together and gather and discuss your word and your calendar and just everything about you. We pray that you ask us all, or that you help us all to renew our hearts and our spirits so we can better follow you and your ways. And we thank you for all of the blessings that you do provide and all the knowledge that you do give all of your people. And this is why we have to come together, because none of us can do it alone, and we all need each other. I wanted to pray for all of those who are struggling through trials and tribulations or sicknesses, or even those who are trying to understand everything. We cannot do it without you, and we need your help and strength to endure to the end. We pray to you in the name of YAHUAH HaMashiach. Amen. All right.
Let it be so. In Yahushua's name.
Thank you. So, let me get to the screen share. All right. Oops, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me get to a better one. There we go. All right, so we'll start by reviewing Victor's video here. It's 33 minutes long. It'll probably take us like an hour or so to go over all the information. And, as we're doing it, we will walk through all the scriptures to just review all the information that we can prove out through scriptures. Wait, I gotta get the sound going here. Sorry. Okay. And if anybody has anything they would like to add while we're doing this, or anything they would like to say as well, feel free. So let us begin.
And welcome back. The reason that I am doing this video is because I am part of a group, and half of them on the Zadok calendar have turned their backs on the Saturday Sabbath in exchange for an equinox determined Sabbath. So I set some time aside and I prayed to God and asked him to show me, specifically through these books, Enoch and Jubilees, can I find their information and their interpretation in these books as they are showing me the scriptures that they're using from these books. And I use the Hermania translations of Jubilees and Enoch because these are the most complete versions there are out there, with notes and everything, and Dead Sea Scroll insertions as well. So I wanted to test their claim, but I prayed about it. And I still consider what they're saying, because I've seen the verses that they use. I still consider if the equinox changed and interpreting the verses in the scriptures as defined by them, but also not with their interpretation, and just trying to see it both ways to see if there is anything in there. And I'm glad that I did, because God did show me something, and that's exactly what I'm going to go through. Because the only reason that I observe a Saturday Sabbath is because in my prayer time, in my study of the calendar, when I saw the lunar cycles, the way that they match up on the solar calendar, God told me specifically to check modern day calendars to what Qumran's information was saying and see if the Saturday Sabbath was true, and I did. And there was no videos on YouTube. I haven't started my channel yet. I was just looking around. No one that I knew ever talked about it. And he told me specifically and proved to me that the Saturday Sabbath, because of the moon, is the true Sabbath. That it hasn't changed no matter what the calendars say, no matter what other people think. And the moon will help us determine that. And there's also many more reasons that I know of today and I'm going to go through. But anyone following Aaron Ryan and Nick Vanderland who use a shifting Sabbath simply cannot discern by the Spirit that these two individuals are not Holy Spirit led, which is why they're leading others astray with their interpretations and their misinterpretations as well.
All right, so really quickly, I would like to go over, well, a couple of things is, right here he's talking about, we have to use the moon for a year, determining the moon is going to determine these things and that. This is incorrect, and we have shown this is incorrect. What he's talking about with Aaron Ryan and Nick Vanderlee, I'm going to agree with him. They have very shameful attitudes and shameful ways they address these topics. Like, if you ask them a question, they're going to be dismissive and just say, oh, go watch my video again. We came to them as well with this information and everything we have found together as a group as well, and tried to present it to them. And they were just unwilling to accept anything. They were very nasty in their replies, very just a shameful way to present things. And some of us ended up having to block them because, they wouldn't stop coming to our posts or trying to be dismissive, or just the nasty attitudes they have when, we came to them about some things they were incorrect about. They just didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to listen. They want to reply in negative ways. So I do agree with what he's saying about them here. They are the gatekeeper ones of the truth, and they have these booby traps in the way. And so it causes people to, want to turn away from what's being presented just because of the way they present it. And, they do add a lot of words and fluff and, a lot of reaching to try to present their case, when none of that is necessary. We can prove it all out through scriptures. We don't have to use like Second Enoch or Jasher or Joshua's long day to try and explain away things. Like, that's basically just a bunch of fluff they try to add, and they reach for it and say, oh, look, this proves this out. And it's like, well, not really, because that's not books we should be looking to prove things out, Some of the things about the moon that he was saying, actually, we'll go over that in just a sec, because he starts bringing up some verses, and we'll prove out how moon phases aren't going to line up with what he's saying they should be lining up with. So let me continue the video here.
I had a quick question before you started, if you wouldn't mind. You mentioned his version of the Jubilees and Enoch being basically the only correct one. So yeah. I think that needs to be addressed as well, because sometimes people will choose a certain version of scriptures and say, this is what it says because it matches the way they want it to say, rather than look at other versions that might explain it a little bit differently, but still have the same context.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and thanks for pointing that out, actually, because he has these certain translations that, it would line up to his ideology or point of views. And it's just another. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say they'll also play a point when we get later on in the video where he actually says that he does some things to reverse translate and some other ways that they might have done that, different ways to try and get to the place where he actually mentions other things that he's going to talk about with how he's determined what something means, certain names or entities, right? So.
Yeah. I think it's a good example of why, we shouldn't just stick with one translation or one certain author's copy of really any books that are claiming to be of scriptures. Just get them all, test them all, and compare them all to each other just to make sure. All right. All right, let's continue. We'll watch a little bit here and then take it from there.
Because of the group that I'm a part of, there is this talk about the calendar and the remnant. So if they're not on the right calendar, you're not going to be part of the remnant. This is one of those religious spirits of self-righteousness that once again creeps in to a group of people who think they are it and that no one else doing what they're doing is not it. And it's deceptive. Just like the Billy Carson and Wes Huff debate shows that if you are wrong, like Billy, and you can't admit it, and you're wrong about the basics, you're going to be wrong about all the other complicated stuff that you're backing up if you're wrong about the basics.
How in the world can I know more about the Bible than you, and I'm not even a Christian?
So the basics should never be wrong. And if they are, you can't be trusted. It's just that simple. There will not.
Yeah, so I wanted to address that as well. None of us have made any claims or stated that if you don't know the calendar, you're not saved. None of us have come in any kind of mean or, like we know more than you type of way. All we've done is tried to present this and, walk through scriptures, reason together with scriptures through this. Like none of us are claiming, oh, we have more knowledge than you. None of us are lording information over or, lifting ourselves up like, oh, we know this and you don't. That's not the case at all.
This is actually another psychology trick where a person will take another person and associate him with somebody else and then blame that other person, and now you're guilty by association, which basically is a passive way of condemnation. It doesn't directly attack you. It just associates you and puts you in that other person's box, and then they attack that other person, and you are, like you said, falsely accused just by associating them with that person. I don't even know that person he mentioned. I've never even used that person, or we haven't even, they're not even in a calendar. He's actually using somebody else in the world as,
yeah.
He's not even Torah believer. He's actually the opposite of that. So
yeah,
he shouldn't be doing that. That's a bad way of representing somebody. It's actually false witnessing against somebody, and so he's breaking the Torah there.
Yeah, I would have to agree because he pulled up that video that has nothing to do with the calendar discussion or anything. And he's like, oh, look, they're acting like this. And, I don't even know those people he's talking about either on that video he just shared. And I think it goes along with what you were saying earlier, brother. He's just boxing everybody into this general category and then saying, oh, look, all these people who think this are thinking that. And that's just not the case. That's not true. I've talked to Victor so many times and I've asked him, hey, let's discuss this over the phone or through messenger conversation. We can walk it through scriptures. And he has refused. He's refused to do that. But yeah, there's none of us in here that have, we haven't lorded ourselves over anybody. We haven't thought we're better than anybody because of this information. We're just trying to reason together with scriptures. And honestly, he has pointed out some pretty good things that, like we were using Enoch 82 before, those couple verses in Enoch 82, but it turns out that's really not what Enoch 82 is saying. So we have corrected our stance on that.
And yeah, his fight was that we got that from Yah, right? But we actually got that from Erin Ryan. She was the one who presented that information. We were going through her videos to see, to work things out. She was the one who presented that, and without researching that fully, we kind of just went with it. That's the problem, I think, in our first video. And then we corrected that stance in the second because of Victor, who pointed it out. But because, we made this mistake, it just seemed like he didn't want, now everybody is wrong. This whole thing is wrong because of that one mistake. So it just shows how we really have to be careful in testing everything.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because of two verses that happen to be incorrect, he wants to throw out everything else that we're saying. I've even explained, hey, we have way more than just two verses to be able to walk this out through.
Well, yeah, it wasn't that the verses themselves were incorrect. It's just that Aaron was using them as naming the divider days. And that's not the case because she said that, these two names go at the end. So she was associating it with the end of the year. And so that's not the case.
Yeah, and it turns out actually Enoch chapter 82 is incomplete. And it's only given 2 of the 4 seasons out of the year there. So these leaders ended up actually being 2 of the 4 seasonal day leaders rather than these 2 divider day leaders. Which is something I'm looking into as well more to see what's going on exactly in Enoch 82. Why is it missing verses? Why is it only showing 2 seasons of the 4?
Could you share with me? I probably have not caught up with you guys enough. I don't want to hold it up, but could you explain to me what the problem with chapter 82 is and what verses might be missing? This is kind of new, fresh to my ears.
Yeah. So basically in chapter 82, it stops at verse 20 or 21, if I remember right. But if we read through it, we can see it's describing, the head of the year and then spring. And then he starts going into this summer. And then it just kind of ends there. He doesn't go into the rest of the year. And it goes on to chapter 83 where it's a completely different subject that he starts talking about. And so Victor is actually the one that kind of pointed that out. And, we didn't see it at first either. I don't think a lot of people actually see it. Let me see if I can pull up Enoch 82 actually real quick and kind of show you.
Yeah, that would be helpful because a lot of times I found out that somebody is talking about one chapter and they really mean another chapter. I'm trying to figure out exactly where you guys are talking about because he's obviously talking about Methuselah in chapter 82 and 83. And if you're talking about, I see the calculations of the year in there, and mine doesn't end on verse 21 with signs upon the earth. Mine ends with 25. It says the days of his influence have been completed.
Yeah, it might be 25, but yeah, I believe that's the same chapter. The problem with Enoch is in different translations, the chapters are numbered differently, which makes it kind of confusing to look it up, really.
Yeah, when I was first reading Enoch with unnamed people, I was frustrated trying to find out what chapter they were in all the time.
Yeah, they make it really difficult. I don't know why they number their chapters differently, but it does make it difficult. I guess it is. It ends at verse 20, but so you might have a different like an author. So Enoch 82 might be different in your version than it is in this version. But it starts off with talking about Methuselah, and he goes into showing the different seasons. Where is it? Let's see. So he's talking about these are the leaders and the 4 divisions of the year, or the seasonal intercalary days. And then he talks about who's leading who. And verse 16 right here is where he starts getting into the description of the seasons. And so he says, these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on the earth in the days of his dominion, like talking about the leaders of the stars. There's sweat and heat and calms. All the trees bear fruit. Leaves are produced on the trees. The harvest, the wheat, the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter become withered. So he's talking about spring right here, because that's when it becomes warm compared to winter. And then this is when all the flowers and the fruit starts springing forth, where the name spring comes from. And then he goes into the 4 next leaders for the next season, which is going to be summer. And then verse 19 says, these are all the signs of the days on earth, talking about these leaders when they come into play during the summer. It says, glowing heat, dryness, the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and all that is in the fields and the winepress, these take place in his dominion. So that's the summer, when everything ripens. You gather up all the stuff to store for the winter because, nothing's going to grow in the winter. So we got spring, and then we got summer here, and then it basically ends at verse 20 with, these are the names and the orders of the leaders of those heads of thousands. And that's where it ends. So it doesn't go into fall, and it doesn't go into winter. It just stops. And then when we go to the next chapter, which is 83 here. And it's a completely different topic. He doesn't continue going on from 82. Like, the topic is completely changed. So he's talking about the visions, different visions before he took a wife, and all these things. And it doesn't continue on with the seasons.
It's interesting. I've been reading now the Sephir's, I know we don't really like it, but it actually does continue on. It doesn't stop there. So it's
Interesting.
It'd be interesting to find out where he got the rest of his information from in his chapter. And he also has some notes in it that I found very interesting, that some of those, like in verse 16, it says, in the first part of the year rises and rules Melekas or something like that, whose name is Samani. And he uses those words and has footnotes that says those are the southern sons and some of the other things. And we already, I forgot his name. The guy that we're watching this video, he actually goes into the names of the sons for, the other chapter where it gives the sun two names. But it seems like the
Yeah, yeah.
sun might have more than one name, in depending on where it's at in its cycle.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I'll,
Yeah.
I'll actually have to read the Sefer version. I didn't realize they continued on with the chapters, or the verses, I mean.
Yeah, it actually continues on. You can see where it goes through the spring, the summer, and then it talks about another 91 days after that, and that the fruits begin to dry and all kinds of stuff.
Hmm.
The fruits are collected on the earth.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look into that. I didn't realize the Sefer. Like, yeah, he does have like a very a biased translation to Sefer, but that's pretty interesting. I would like to know where he found these extra verses because I've been trying to find it.
Well, it actually goes back to what he was considering, what his scriptures that he's dealing with don't involve that, right? So he can actually say that. But then, like you said, he's not using other scriptures that actually do include it. And maybe that might be some of the answer that he's missing to make his mind say, wait a second, let me look at another version. And then he might find the other version, the answers that we found.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Oh, it's pretty cool. I didn't even realize the Sefer had extra like that. I'm gonna definitely be looking into that more and studying it out. Try to find out where he got those extra verses from. Because everything I've looked for, even in the Geese and all that, it's just, this is where it stops, is verse 20. Enoch 82, there are two sons, and it is speaking about 2 seasons per son. Interesting, I didn't. So Marissa, you're saying it's speaking about 2 sons here?
So I'm like just reading it again as you guys are talking. If you read it closely, it says, "But the trees of the winter season become withered." So this, in the beginning of the year, Melchijel rises first and rules, who is named to Mini the sun, and all the days of his dominion which he bears rules are 91 days. So I'm wondering, is it talking about 2 seasons in the next lines that follow if you read it again? I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong. And then when you go down to 18, and the leader after him is Helemelech, and wondering, is that one talking about 2 different seasons as well? I'm not sure. I was just panning through it and wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. But it says there are 91 days. Like, all the days of his light are 91. So that
Well,
would
what if he
be,
took turns?
yeah, very interesting. I think it's something we should definitely study out more and see what's going on here in Enoch 82. It may
Yeah, it's a
not be
little
82.
confusing.
Yeah, it may not be 82 for everybody in their version, but this specific chapter here, that's definitely something, I definitely want to look into it. There is something going on here in Enoch 82 that like he could be talking about all 4 seasons, but
I feel like the names are kind of weird too, because you see that Helemelech further up
yeah,
on verse 12, and these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained. The second one is Helemelech, which you see in verse 18. But then when you see in the beginning of the year on verse 15, Melchijel, well, there's a Melijel in that verse 12. See how the names are weird?
Yeah, I see that actually. It's the same. Actually, it's the same name right here. Look, verse 13. I can't even say that. Melachio. And we got Melachio right here, too. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. I just think it's worth a little further digging into that and looking at it, with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Because I've been studying the paleo, one of my favorite things to do is try just to take a name like that and try and do my own reverse. And so when you look at the into Hebrew and try and see if I can't find something goes along with that, but it's interesting that Halam Malek, is spelled differently. It looks like the A and E's are changed. That really doesn't mean anything. It actually could be spelled the same way, and maybe they were trying to make a difference. It could be they had some vowel points in there or something, crazy stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, definitely got some homework to do. All right, let's continue with going over Victor's video here and see what we got.
Not be a remnant that is only calendar based. You cannot believe such nonsense. That is a religious spirit full of pride and arrogance. So there will be others that don't have this calendar and will be the remnant because of their heart, because of their way of following God. There might be even those of the Catholic Church and those of the Christian churches that truly are seeking him, and he will find merciful, despite their lawlessness perhaps, and bring them in and teach them all things that we know already about the Torah. I don't think that is the defining factor. Now, those that are set in their ways and, anti-Torah, I don't know about them. False claim number 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I would agree with him on that point. That it's not the calendar that's going to make or break whether, Yahuwah accepts you into Israel or not, or that we are Israel or not, because we are on different lengths of that same path. So I would agree with him on that, but I would disagree in saying that, the calendar is very important because, if we're going to make a meeting, we have to be on time. We can't be late. We can't be early. It's got to be at that exact time.
I believe that Yahweh tells us to watch and wait, and he wants us to be paying attention to the time and redeem the time. And there's a lot of things that he says. He wouldn't put in his word that I want you to be on this certain day doing this certain time, and that he would teach us to pray that the heavens and the earth will be doing the same thing at the same time. That's his glorification.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah,
That he's made those two things one.
that is quite, the assumption, to say, oh, well, a person could be absolutely lawless, but yet still Yah's going to use them and take them. But if they're lawless, he said that he's going to spit us out of his mouth. Many will come to me saying, Lord, Lord, right? Haven't I done all this great thing in your name? But I never knew you, those who practice lawlessness. With everything, we should be striving to absolutely, keep the law, do the commandments, strive to be in that echad relationship that he wants us to be on. And, we can't just dismiss the fact that these appointments are in the Torah, in the instructions. And if you're late, you're late. And so
I agree.
I kind of disagree with him with that, because so many of the lukewarm just want to say, oh, he's going to come back and we're just going to figure it out. Or he's going to tell us. Well, no, is that the case? He's coming back for what? A spotless bride. So we should be open to hearing from the Ruach and following the cloud in the wilderness and getting what he is trying to tell us. The Dead Sea Scrolls were preserved for us to figure out our lost history and to come back into the covenant by keeping his commands on time.
Yeah,
And that's why we work out our own salvation with fear and trembling.
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, good points.
I think what he's really speaking to is like condemning each other for not getting it and for not seeing it yet. And that we shouldn't just be quick to like point the finger like, well, you're going to be damned because you're not listening to me because you don't see it yet, when that's not the fruit. The fruit is to be patient and to be long suffering and to try to explain it to them. And we should be in fear for our own salvation for sure, that this calendar matters, and showing up at the appointed times matters, and keeping his Shabbat holy does matter. But we're not going to bring our brethren to it by like shoving it in their face and saying, well, you know what? You're wrong. You're wrong and you're worshiping the golden calf and blah, blah, blah. Like, there is a time and place for saying that to people. But that being the first thing, I disagree with. I think coming to them and saying like, hey, I think that maybe you missed something here, and trying to meet them where they're at. Like, hey, I can see that you're really, you really love Yah, and I can see that you really want to follow his ways. Let me show you this. And if they're going to be that person where they're like, yeah, well, I can see it, but Saturday Sabbath, that's where it's at, and they like refuse to change, and then they're lukewarm, and then hey, you're worshiping the golden calf, and hey, who is your anchor? Like, there's a time and a place for everything on how we should be acting. So that's just my opinion, and I think he's responding to being feeling like condemned by his brethren, even if that's not what he means to do.
Yeah, I would agree. That's why it's important, not to bash or trash or, say, oh, you're an idiot if you don't see this or something. It is all about the patience and, just keep presenting the truth. It can be difficult with some because some do like to be argumentative. I get it. But yeah, having that patience and loving kindness and just willing to share and reason through scriptures and understand, coming to that same level to understand.
It really has to do with the way water responds to different things. You look at the parable of the sower, where you have the different conditions of the heart. If you pour water on some fertile ground, it's going to soak it right off immediately like a sponge. But you pour it on concrete, and sometimes it takes a while for the water to be soaked up because of its hardness or its porousness, right? So sometimes we need to be a little bit more patient with those that are stiffer and harder, because it takes a little bit longer for that water to penetrate and get into the parts that need to be refreshed.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for some people, I was telling my mom this a while ago. She was trying to share another kind of truth with somebody else, and she was like, oh, she was so rude about it and everything. And when coming into truth, there you can be watered too much, and it's a lot to swallow. And so I think that's just, sometimes there's just other things that people are trying to work through, and then you add one more thing and it's just too much.
Yeah.
Well, we have the scriptures, and to the people that were taken from Egypt, and they wanted to bring in Egypt worship into serving Yah. We see what happens to them. And if that offends anybody, if this is the exact same thing, that's on them. Again, work out our own salvation, but we are also called to bring and present the truth as well. Of course, we need to be gentle, but I know in my walk, personally, I needed a kick in the butt on certain things. And I'm very appreciative to those who boldly came to me and said, "Hey, Katrina, check this out." So to each their own. Some people need a kick. Some people need to be coddled. We need to check our emotions at the door. And we really need to just research everything out. And we have to come together and test all things. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll continue here.
Okay, we're going to stick specifically in this video with the Book of Enoch and Jubilees. We are not going to jump into the Dead Sea Scrolls at all because these two must be expounded upon. First claim is that the equilux is one of the days out of time, and it has to be, like, if you understand a 7-day week, it's before Sunday, and then Sunday would be the first day of darkness, 2, 3, 4. The equinox will be Wednesday, the middle of the week. Then 4 days later will be the Sabbath. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 days later. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Let's say the equinox is on Saturday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday would now be the Sabbath. And the equilux would have been on the previous Wednesday. The equilux is not mentioned in the Book of Enoch. However, the equal day and equal night is the last day of the year. That's what Enoch 72:32 says. The last day of the calendar is the 364th day, and it's the equal day, equal night. Now, they interpret this as the equilux and put it as the last Sabbath of the year, so that Sunday, Monday, Tuesday can be the first days of creation, and Wednesday would be the equinox. But again, this breaks the scripture. This makes no sense. If you try to make the equilux the last day of the year, then we're going further back in time with the calendar, and we're not doing certain things correctly. So this is their claim, is that the equilux is 4 days before the equinox, and that the equilux is the last day of the year, but it's not what Enoch 72:32 says. There is a Dead Sea Scroll document called 4Q32D, and in the quotes, right, because these are brackets, these are not part of the actual text, it tells you that the Tekufa itself, Wednesday, is not only the equinox, but the first day of the year. Now, that is not what Enoch 72:32 says.
He just contradicted himself, if anyone caught that.
13.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, right. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Did anybody catch that? Because, I don't think I caught that the first time, but he literally says, Enoch says that the equilux is the last day of the year. And then he's like, and these people are saying that the equilux is the last day of the year. And that's not what Enoch says. Huh?
Not what we're saying either.
What?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a couple of things I wanted to go over. So
It's also interesting that he says he's not going to use the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then he quotes it right. So
right.
Yeah, I know, right? Actually, yeah, it's true.
He also said he's not going to bring up the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then he did. So
a lot of hypocrisy.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of hypocrisy here. And he's just not even described, and he's using the pagan days. He's trying to put this calendar on his pagan week, and that's why he's getting it all wrong.
Yeah, what is your
And not only that,
that's my question.
Yeah. And not only that is he's misrepresenting what we're actually saying. So if we go here, let me screen share.
While you do that, I have a question that is brought up to my mind when I was listening to him. and it was that everybody that I hear about this Saturday Shabbat is on this mindset that it's a continual, non-breaking 7-day count forever. And I agree with them in a certain context, because you're supposed to count that 7 days and keep that count, but it never says it's a continuous 7-7-7-7 and throughout a
Yeah.
Gregorian count. Because if you want to count 7 times and put it into the 364, that's fine, that works, but you cannot do that with a Gregorian count, is what he uses.
Yeah.
I'm also having difficulties there because I can't unmute. I have to leave the
based on those translating.
Interesting. I'm not sure what's going on with that, with the unmuting.
Yeah, I can unmute and then I can't mute back, so I have to leave the discussion and then come back and join.
Interesting. Yeah, Telegram is strange sometimes. I agree. So one of the things he was saying is, Enoch doesn't know what an equilux was. How can he know what an equilux is? And he says, oh, well, he's just describing equal day and equal night. Well, that's what an equilux is. So if we go here, we're going to get the definition of an equilux. And it's going to be truly equal day and night. And, this is a problem a lot of people have, is they're like, oh, Enoch didn't know what an equilux or equinox is. Well, true, he may not have known the terminology or the word equilux. He's literally defining it by saying the day and night become equal. This all can be defined through definitions, and literally, this is just timeanddate.com. If you just type in equilux into any search, this will probably be one of the first things that pops up. But it's good to talk about, the equinox. Oh, it's close, but it's not quite equal. What is equal is the equilux. And as you can see, March 16th, and this is going to be right exactly where Israel is, in that whole circle between 30 degrees north and 35 degrees north latitude. It's always going to be March 16th. That's going to be the day of equal day and equal night. So where was it? Is it Enoch 72? Yeah. 72:32. Yeah. So Enoch 72:32 says, on that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. So we can see right here, Enoch's literally describing what an equilux is. While they try to claim, oh, he doesn't know what it is, he's not talking about that. Well, actually he is. He's exactly talking about that. And there was another point he said I wanted to address as well. What was it?
If you want to watch it again and point out, stop it a little bit sooner, because there's a lot that he says in there.
That's true.
There's a lot that he says in there that is so miscombobulated.
Yeah, so let me go back just a few seconds. Where was it?
Part of the actual text. It tells you that the Takufa itself, Wednesday, is not only the equinox, but the first day of the year. Now, that is not what Enoch 72:32 says. So that bracket is misinformation and an insertion based on those translating, and it has led these guys to believe otherwise. So it is incorrect teaching. 4Q32D. And in the quotes, right, because these are brackets, these are not part of the actual text, it tells you that the Tekufa itself, Wednesday, is not only the equinox, but the first day of the year. Now, that is not what Enoch 72:32 says. So that bracket is misinformation and an insertion based on those translating, and it has led these guys to believe otherwise. So it is incorrect.
Okay, yeah. So he's not only did he say he's not going to use the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he did. He's misrepresenting our points of view. So these are just some of the scriptures and verses. But where was he? And so 72:32, he's literally talking about the equal lux, the equal day and equal night. And this is going to be the divider day. So when we go up, let me try and find the calendar here so I can show you. Okay. Let me screen share. Apologies if you hear any noise. They're doing construction outside, so it might be pretty loud.
Too bad it can't be quiet for Shabbat, right?
Yeah, I know, right? So if we look, where'd it go? There it is. Actually, I should probably get month 12 on there, because it probably would show it a little bit better. Give me just a second. Okay. So if we see here, month 12. Can everybody see that pretty well? It's, for some reason, it doesn't let me zoom in. Oh, wait, yeah, it is. There we go. So we can see, the last Sabbath of the year is going to fall on 3/15 or March 15th. So the divider day is going to be the 16th, just like we showed. And it's not going to be the last day of the year. It's not going to be the first day of the year. It's the in-between both of those. So what he's talking about, this is going to be day 364. This day is going to mark that. Like, yes, this day is showing this is the divider day. It's ending the 364. Then on this side is going to be day 1. And it's also day 1 of the week. So the 17th is actually going to be day 1. Unlike what he's saying, he's saying we are saying this is day 1. And this is just not true. This is going to be that divider day. It happens every single year. It's alluded to in many scriptures. It's the same scriptures we have tried to go over with him, and he just refuses to want to see them. And it's going to be all these. And, Genesis 1:15, it's going to have this void of darkness where there was nothing there. This is going to be what's going on before the light came to be, which is going to be the marker for day 1. So when we go into Enoch 74, what is it? Actually, here, 74 in verses 4 through 6. I'll read it real quick. But it says here, and first there goes forth the great light named the sun, and its circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim. And he's quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. And the chariot on which he ascends, the winds drive. And so right here, pay close attention, because it's going to describe two different portals. So, and the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns to the north in order to reach the east. And it's so guided that he comes to the portal, comes to that portal, and shines in the face of the Shamayim, or shines in the face of heaven. So when it's coming from the east, or the west, and going back to the east, there's this day that is going to enter this portal that's not numbered, it's not named, it's just the portal that's in heaven. And he's going to shine in the face of the Shamayim. And then in this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. So what he's saying here is, in the same way he went into this portal in heaven, he's going to come into the fourth great portal. So he names the fourth portal, where this other portal where he's shining in heaven isn't named or numbered, which I thought very interesting. But this only proves out further this divider day. And if we go to Enoch, I gotta find it here, sorry. It's 70, was it that verse I just passed? No. Or yeah, sorry, it's right here. Enoch 72:32, talking about the day and the night becoming equal, the equilux. Again, this is going to be the divider day, which Enoch 74, 4 through 6, is showing this portal in heaven. It's going to be this divider day, the same divider day. He's going to shine there before he comes into the fourth portal, the fourth great portal, which is then going to begin day 1 of month 1 on the fourth day. Oops, sorry. Not day 1, month 1. This is going to be day 1 of the creation week afterwards. You need some water, Callan? So he's trying to say we're making this divider day is counted as day 1. And that's just incorrect. We have not said that at all. We are not making the divider day a day that's counted, because it's a day that's not counted. And I think that's what a lot of people struggle with, is they want to count this day. It's just not counted. You can basically call it, day 365, but technically it's not. And it's interesting that, NASA and all that, they say, there's 365 and a quarter days in a year. Well, that's exactly the math that Enoch is giving us. It's going to be Enoch 74:12 or 11. And it's going to be the excess of the sun and the stars. When you divide 6 by 5, you get 1.2. So we're going to use this one day of excess every year for this divider day, which, in my opinion, it was created to cover this void of darkness and the the divider day that existed in Genesis.
Yeah,
So that
we have a Yah that divides things, right? He divides good from evil, right? He divides the night from the darkness, and he has evening and morning as dividers for that. You know, he divides the seasons, but he's not going to divide the year.
yeah, that exactly something I was going to bring up as well is, you know, there's a weekly divider, there's a monthly divider, there's seasonal dividers, there's dividers from day and night, dividers from good and evil. It would only make sense that there's a yearly divider as well to separate the years.
There was also a divider between the children of Yasharel and the soldiers of Mitzrayim, with a pillar of cloud by day and pillar of fire by night, which divided those two groups of people as well.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. So if he has divisions that clearly separate things, there's clearly a yearly divider, and there's a lot of scriptures that will allude to this divider day. What isn't alluded to is, you know, Yahuwah saying, oh, I gave you these markers as a sign to start these things, but wait until the Gregorian Wednesday afterwards to start it. He doesn't say that anywhere. He doesn't say, oh, well, you know, every single year you're going to drift behind these markers. Just go ahead and keep waiting until, you know, 6 years adds up, and then add 7 days to the year to line back up with these heavenly markers. He says none of this. You know, a Wednesday and a Saturday is not anywhere in scriptures. He says he gave us markers for these specific things that's going to mark these things. Not once does he say, wait after these markers, then start it. No. These markers were made for a reason. It's the heavenly ones from Yahuwah to say, hey, this is when this is starting, so pay close attention.
In my Dead Sea Scrolls translation, I have those Gregorian name days, but they're in parentheses. And when he talks about a statement being in brackets, like he did, he also has to say, well, those days are not in the Dead Sea Scrolls either. They're actually in a type of brackets as well and are inserted. So if he says that they've inserted some things, he also has to acknowledge that they've inserted these named days as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason the days were only numbered, not named. And it's because of this divider day. It's going to reset the 1 through 7 count every year. So day 1 of the week, still going to be day 1 of the week. Day 7 of the week, it's still going to be day 7 of the week. It doesn't matter how you look at it. This divider day is not counted. So it's not breaking up the cycle if it's not counted. It's the division. Like Yahuwah works in divisions exactly like that. And so they want to say, oh, well, that's adding this and that's breaking up the weekly cycle and so forth and so on. Well, he says he gave us these markers for these things. So why are we waiting until after these markers just to align with a Gregorian Wednesday or a Gregorian Saturday? That's not anywhere.
And in Jubilees, it says that if you don't use those markers, that you will err in the Sabbaths and the Jubilees and the years and the Sabbath of years. I mean, literally in every kind of appointment that we do come to meet with him, if we don't follow the markers that he gave us, aka, you know, the head of the year, then we're going to go astray, not only with the feasts, but with the Sabbaths as well.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, he kind of brings that up a little bit, but I was going to get into that once he brings it up. But he tries to, well, we'll just let it play through, and when we get to it, I'll address it. But you can kind of see what he's doing here. He's basically just, you know, boxing us all in, into this category, and then he's misrepresenting what we actually, what our views are. And the reason he's misunderstanding what our views are is because he didn't want to take the time to discuss this. He got stuck on Enoch chapter 82. Like, he just got stuck there. And it's like, let's move past this. We've already addressed it. We're going to move on from it. We can walk this through more than just Enoch 82. And like, literally, he's still stuck on that. So he doesn't want to take the time to understand our actual position. He's just kind of making a guesstimate based probably off Aaron and Nick's information, which sure, they do have some good information, but it's surrounded by those traps, and they're not going to say everything accurately. And let me screen share actually the video. We'll continue a bit with the video here.
Correct teaching. Now, strictly using Enoch 72, verses 20 and 32 are for spring and fall. And both say that the days are equal day and equal night. So for those claiming that the equilux is the equal day and equal night, and equinox is just a straight line, we have this equal day and equal night being spoken of as the spring equinox, but also once again in the fall. We're only going to stick with what Enoch is saying. So this is not just exclusively for the equilux, because the fall is said to be equal day and equal night as well. Enoch 72:32 says the equinox is the last day of the year on the calendar, not the first day of the year. Last day. Chapter 73 and 74 emphasize the use of the moon, not why it shouldn't be used or why it should be dismissed. The moon is not to be dismissed according to Enoch, but these people that are using strictly solar for determining not only their Sabbaths, but the entire year, don't want to use the moon. If we use the moon, we are heretics and betrayers of the priest. We are betrayers to the calendar. We are betrayers to YAHUAH, even though we have like Psalms telling us the moon is a faithful witness, and using it correctly on the calendar completely disproves the equinox shifting suggestion that they have fallen for.
All right, so another thing I wanted to address here is he says we're completely dismissing the moon, we're not using it at all, so forth and so on. That's not our point of view. We don't dismiss the use of the moon at all, because it does come in for a witness. It's not a consistent witness, but it does witness to things. And it's definitely not consistent, and it's definitely not going to line up with what he is trying to present either. We also don't believe the equinox and the equilux shift. It's the Gregorian week that shifts, not the equilux or the equinox. So I think he was using, where are we? What was this? 72? No. All right, so again, yes, there is 2 equinoxes that happen and 2 equiluxes that happen every single year. There's 2 in the spring, 2 in the fall. So we're going to have the spring equilux, then we're going to have the spring equinox. Same thing, fall, we're going to have a fall equilux, then a fall equinox. So we're not discrediting any of that. And as you can see that, so this is going to be north of the equator, where it's going to happen on March 16th. But when it's coming back from the south in the fall, we're going to have these ones in the south. And these are going to be the dates there in the south. So this clearly shows there's going to be 2 of them that happen each year. So 1 in the spring, 1 in the fall. Equilux. There's going to be 2 equinoxes that happen, 1 in the spring and 1 in the fall. So what he's bringing up in Enoch, it's not affecting our calendar. Yes, there's an equal day and equal night on both ends of the spectrum. What he's messing up is he's trying to combine both of them into one and say, oh, well, the straight line shadow equinox, that's going to be the marker no matter what. That's just not true. There's two markers for two different things. So we got a head of weeks, we got a head of months. What Babylon has done is they've combined them both and just like New Year's, for example, this year, we have December 31st and then we have January 1st. That's what everybody says is New Year's Day. The new year, so to say. On Yah's true calendar, we have a head of weeks and then we have a head of months. So the head of weeks, which is going to be the equilux, the divider day, is going to divide up the weekly count, the weekly cycle for the year. The equinox is going to divide up the monthly cycle for the year, the 12 months. So there's going to be one or the other. Two for both signs, or two signs for both events. And we have this. So I know Marissa has actually done a lot of research about this, and it's showing, because he wants to claim, the full moon is going to start every single year off according to Enoch. This is not going to be the case at all. So there's only literally the moon would be truly full on the head of a year, like only one time that Marissa had found. I believe that's what she said. It's only truly full like one time that she's found in all of this. So if we go, let's see, we'll just go to the year 2000. So again, this is Ken Johnson's site. He's incorrect where the Tekufa is. The Tekufa is not going to be the seasonal divider days. That's not what the Dead Sea Scrolls says at all. It says and that's because he's trying to combine the equinox and equilux into the same thing. So he's like, oh, what's the Tekufa? Oh, I'll just put it here. That's not what the Tekufa is. The Tekufa is going to be the equinox, the straight line marker. That's going to happen. And it's going to mark day 4, which, of course they call Wednesday. It's just day 4. And the day of remembrance, that's going to be the head of the months. So in this case, it's day 1 of month 1. But if we see here, he's got it on March 22nd. So if we go here, we'll go to March 22nd. In 2000. So this is something I've just found, which I find it pretty interesting. So if we look, we'll see it's in a waning gibbous phase, which means the full moon had already happened and now it's coming back. So this is not really a full moon. Not at all. It's actually past the new moon by a day. Because, a moon cycle has 28, 29 days. So a day or two. So if we go to the next year, we go to 2001. We see here, oh look, it's March 21 this year. So we'll go 2001. Oops. Get the right date here. So an old crescent. You can see it's completely devoid of light, except for this tiny little sliver of light here we're going to have. So this is completely countering what he's saying, that Enoch says the full moon starts every single year. Well, 2000, it wasn't a full moon. It was just after. 2001, it's there's nothing here, just a sliver of light.
So
So we'll
Jeremy,
go. Yeah,
he does address that in his comments, like, and I think he, after listening to the video and also reading the comments, I think he like slipped and said that at one point, but then he goes, now it's not every year, guys, but it's years 1 and year 4 of the priestly cycle. But I've looked for it, like you guys were saying. I mean, I have looked up and down and left and right, around and backwards, all a million times. And the only year that I've found over a 200-year span where the 100% full moon lines up on a Wednesday on the equinox is 1935. All the way from 1900 to 2099. The only year is 1935.
yeah,
So that means that anybody saying, oh, well, it's a year 1 or it's a year 4 or whatever, they are literally stretching it because they're accepting like a 95% full. So that passes. It's just the full moon just has to be within a few days or within the same week. Like they're stretching it so hard just to make it fit their Wednesday.
yeah. That's
So
a
then,
major problem.
so
They're
what's the
refusing.
anchor?
Yeah.
What's the anchor? And these people that are so about the moon phase lining up with the priestly cycle. So is their anchor the moon phases that they believe that was added in to the Dead Sea Scrolls? Is the moon phase their anchor? Is the equinox their anchor? Or is Wednesday their anchor? When you start really like dissecting it and hashing it out, you're going to find Wednesday is their anchor. And Saturday Sabbath is their anchor, not the luminaries.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
So according to his calculations as well as every 4 years. Well, we saw in 2001 it wasn't a full moon. It was actually just past the full moon. So we go here to 2004 and they say, oh look, day 1, month 1 starts March 17th. Well, you go to March 17th, 2004. Oh look, it's an old crescent again.
Jeremy, do
It's not
2019 and 2022 because
29.
that's what Gina's using, 2019 and 2022.
So, well, look at that. It actually does line up right here. They got it lined up, but this is going to happen every 6 years anyway. So March 20th of 2019. Yeah, again, so this is not quite a full moon. It's a waxing gibbous, which means it's still working its way up to it. Which is interesting because it says next full moon in 30 days, next new moon in 15.
Yeah, the next full moon is the day after.
Yeah.
It's the day after. The 21st is the full moon of that year. So do 2022.
Man. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. It's a waning gibbous.
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Like literally that 2019, like that's the closest that I've seen it since 1935 was like the day after, like on a Thursday. But all of the other ones, it's like not even close. It's like 95%, 93%. Like they really have to stretch it to make those moon cycles fit.
Yeah, exactly. And that was my point as well, is he's trying to say, oh look, Enoch says it's a full moon, Enoch says it's a full moon. Well, it's really never a full moon. And then when you look at the Mishmarot or the priestly cycles, it's always saying there's a full moon here, of course in parentheses because it was added. that doesn't even add up. If you do it in 6 years, it doesn't even add up. Like the priestly cycles in the Mishmarot have been extremely tampered with. All these moon phases in there, they don't actually exist in the original text. There's no moon phases in there. There's a word dukkha, which even scholars still disagree about to this day. They came together and said, oh, well, we disagree about it. Let's just say it means the moon, and we'll go with that. We'll just toss in some moon phases that seem to work. And they don't even work. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't line up. Everybody wants to, they're worried about this priestly cycle. Oh, does it line up with it? Does it line up with it? Does it line up with it? The thing is these moon phases they inserted in there don't actually line up to anything.
You know, if they did line up, they wouldn't line up to Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the day, if they lined up to each other, like from like year 1 to year 4, you can find 364 days in between. 100% full moon year 1, 100% year 4. Okay, great, but it won't line up to Wednesday.
Exactly. And so, this is just debunking his claims that he's making himself. And he's saying, oh, well, Enoch says this. Well, is it really saying that? Because I disagree with what he's saying Enoch is saying there. This just proves out, the moon's not going to fit into the year at all. And I wanted to go over, I think it's Enoch 80 here. It's 72, so 80. And I think this is going to have a lot to do with things and why, both Enoch and Jubilees say don't use the moon. The moon's not bringing in the year. Like, it's not going to bring in years. And it's because not only are we in the days of the sinners, so this is Enoch 80, it's going to be verse 2. It says, and in the days of the sinner, the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be late on their lands and the fields, and all on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. The rain shall be kept back, and the Shamayim shall withhold. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backwards, and shall not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accordance with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. The whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners. So what he's saying here is basically everything is going to be thrown off because of sin, except for the days of the sun. Like, the sun's only going to burn hotter and brighter. But the moon's going to be off, the crops are going to be off, the seasons are going to be off. This can be proven by, people are getting snowfall in July, in the middle of summer, getting snowstorms and blizzards. This is shown by, blooms happening on trees and fruits in the middle of winter when they shouldn't be there. This is shown by, heat waves coming in the middle of winter when it's supposed to be snowing, and so forth and so on. People's crops not growing or producing fruit, but then you let them grow, and next thing you know, they're popping up in fall instead of spring. I think these are very much clues and evidence to show, what Enoch 80 here is saying is actually happening right now as we speak. This is why the moon phase it's not going to line up to anything. Like, it hardly lines up. Yeah, it's going to be a witness, but it's just not going to bring in a year. And we can see that here in Enoch 74, and it's going to be verse 12. So right here it says, and the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so they do not advance or delay their position by a single day and to everlasting, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. There is no moon in here. There's no moon in this verse at all. It would say the sun, the moon, and the stars bring in all the years exactly, but it doesn't. It says the sun and the stars only bring in all the years exactly. Because all these verses around here are talking about how the moon is going to be off by 10 days, the moon's going to be off by 30 days, so forth and so on. There are some translations that erroneously translate sun and stars to just moon. This is completely invalid because, like I just said, you read this whole chapter and it's talking about how the moon's just off every single year. So it cannot be the moon that's going to bring in all the years completely. So these translations that say, oh yeah, the moon brings in all the years exactly, that's false. It's incorrect and it's wrong. We can go to the, actually here, let me do that right now. We'll go to the Greek Book of Enoch, which I actually found. Let me find it here. What is it? 70, what was that? 74. What verse was that? Oh yeah, 12. So right here we have the R.H. Charles translation, we have the Shode translation, and the Lawrence and the Gies. It also has the Greek, but this part is fractioned out in the Greek and missing in the Greek. So there's a couple, it'll show the Greek, but it'll like, I guess it's not in this, it was a different chapter, but it'll have it blank, but then it'll show the Greek like fragmented out, kind of like the Dead Sea Scrolls are. So here, R.H. Charles is one of the only ones that got it correct. It says, and the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly. But then we got these guys saying, oh, look, the moon years bring in all the, or the moon brings in all the years exact. So that their place, see, that doesn't make any sense. So singular moon, and then he says, so that their place neither proceeds or recedes one day. Wouldn't it say, so its place neither proceeds or recedes one day if it was talking about just the moon? Same thing with the Lawrence translation. Oh, the moon brings in all the years, so that their stations come neither too forward nor backwards. Well, who's there? You're talking about a singular moon. So this is just more evidence showing moon is incorrect right here. It's going to be the sun and the stars, so that they do not advance their position. They, plural as in sun and stars. They is plural here, but only talking about the singular moon. Just another clue. Adding moon right there is incorrect. Not true.
You know, you have to think about it with that and with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like, the translators, what was their anchor?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and so we're just seeing evidence of, well, that person's anchor is the moon because they observe a lunar calendar. And then we see with our fellow brethren, their anchor is the Wednesday.
Yeah.
What's Yah's anchor?
It's the heavenly markers that he talks about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so. Yeah, it's just we see these people have these different anchors they're trying to anchor to, whether it's the moon or a Wednesday. They're basically ignoring the heavenly markers for these things, the ones Yahuwah put there for us to determine these things. Not the things men do, not the things men are observing, but it's the heavenly markers, that the ones that Yahuwah said, hey, this is going to start this. He doesn't say this marker is going to start this, but go ahead and wait till a Wednesday. He doesn't say this marker is going to start this, but go ahead and wait till a sliver moon.
You know, that can't make sense either, because the seasons are not determined by the moon phase.
Yeah, they're not.
So, you know, doesn't that ring some bells for people? You would think?
It really should. Unfortunately, it doesn't for a lot of people. And it's kind of sad because, you know, they have that Babylon appeal to Jewish authority kind of attitude where, you know, oh, they're God's chosen people. We should follow them and do what they do. Which we're going to get into that just a little bit here as well. Not right now, but, you know, we're going to just kind of show who the synagogue of Hasatan is. The synagogue of Satan. It's going to be these Edomites mixed with Nephilim blood who identify as Jews.
You know, and I mean, like in the scriptures, you even have Yahusha saying, like, rebuking the Pharisees. Wouldn't that ring some bells?
Yeah, it definitely should. And like, who are the Pharisees? And he literally calls them the synagogue of Hasatan as well.
Right.
And they're just like, oh, how dare you? That's anti-Semitic and this and that. And it's like, no, it's anti-Japhetic because they're not from Shem, so they can't be Shemitic. They're Japhetic because they're from Japheth. So it can't be anti-Shem if they're not even from Shem. All right, here, I'll continue playing the video here a little bit so we can get through it.
That is why it will not be accepted. Enoch 73 and 74 are specifically telling us to use the moon. And we're going to see right now what that means. Enoch 74, 10 through 11, when 5 years are added up, the total comes to 30 extra days for the sun. All the days that result for one of those 5 years when complete are 364. The extra amount for the sun and stars comes to 6 days. For 5 years, 6 extra days come to 30 days. And the moon is 30 days less than the sun and the stars. So I thought that this was talking about when 5 years are added up as in 5 leap weeks in a solar cycle, a 28-year solar cycle, that there would be 30 extra days because we're using 364 count and not the 365 and 366 tropical count, which would give us 35 extra days in a 28-year cycle or a 5 leap week counting. But here, that is not what it was saying. That is what I thought it was saying, because it does make sense that in 5 years, how it's saying there are 6 extra days. Because if we're using, if we add 364, right, but with the 365 tropical count and the 366, there are 6 extra days in 5 years, because you're going to have 1 day each year and then 2 on the leap year. So there are 6 extra days in 5 years. That makes sense, but that's not what it's talking about here. So I actually thought, or maybe this is what it's talking about. I thought this passage specifically was talking about the leap weeks in a 28-year cycle, because that would make sense. And it seems to fit the interpretation. However, I looked this up with Parable of the Vineyard. And only reason I did that is because I know he uses the Enoch calendar, but it's a lunar one. And he always pointed to these verses for the 1092 in a 3-year lunar cycle. However, that is not in the text at all. But anyway, when he got to this passage, this passage is actually talking about how every year without the tekufas, the sun is a 360. It's a 360 cycle. So without those 4 extra intercalary days, then in 5 years, we're going to have 30 days extra. Wait a minute. No, that doesn't make sense. He was saying that we would have a total of 30 days extra because we're not including the tekufas. And so we add them back later, and then that's what gives us the exact position of the moon and why the moon is 30 days behind. And that's excluding the tekufas. But that actually doesn't make sense now that I'm thinking about it, because in 5 years, just the 4 extra days alone would be 20 and not 30. So it is very possible that this passage is talking about the leap weeks. Interesting. But also, Parable of the Vineyard used the 1092 for a 3-year lunar cycle, and the verse doesn't say that. That's the Ethiopian version that he chooses to use that says that. But all in all, it doesn't say that in the text at all. It stays with 1062 for a 3-year lunar cycle. So there is no indication of adding a leap month at all to line up with the solar. It's only in that one verse that from that specific copy, which is a lunar-based Enoch book copy, and not truly what the Hermenia also says, and whatever the combination of text of the book of Enoch there are that back this up. In Enoch 74, 12 through 17, they both say that the moon and sun work together for the year. We cannot disregard it, which is why verses 13 through 16 give us numbers. They give us the 3-year, 5-year, 8-year count of days, right? 1,092 for the solar, 1820 for 5 years, 2,912 days in 8 years. And also following it, 3 years and 5 years and 8 years, 1,062, 1,770, 2,832 for the moon. We have to be counting both of them together. So in 3 solar years, we have to have a consecutive 1,092 days. There can't be any non-days disturbing it because the moon has to fall 30 days behind at 1,062. So we have to keep the two synced together for a proper calendar, for a proper usage of the calendar. So if we keep track of them together moving and we don't disturb their counting days, we're going to see that the moon falls behind 30 days in 3 years, and then this many in 5, and then this many in 8. But they have to be this far apart. It's not asking you or asking us to do the intercalary for the moon to stay up lined with the solar. It's not asking that. So as long as you hit your 3-year mark for both, they should only be 30 days apart. And those 30 days cannot be disturbed from non-days, because the non-days, if you only use, for the non-days, especially if a leap year lands in the middle of that, right? Because in 5 years, the solar cycle is 1,820, but the lunar is 1,770. So we can't have them with the non-days included. The non-days would not be counted for the solar calendar. And so thus when the moon appears on the solar calendar side, it's going to be, instead of being properly here where it should be, it might be further back, or however that works mathematically. But I know it doesn't work because it's not a proper way of keeping time. The moon is synced into the 7-day cycles. It's synced in. To ignore it and use days out of time completely throws off the cycle, which is why, again, the equinox shifting Sabbath people who use only solar, no lunar, would tell you the moon is all over the place, because on their calendar, it is all over the place. It cannot be trusted whatsoever because they keep changing the way they keep track of time. And
Yeah, so I wanted to address that real quick. You know, we've already shown not only on our views of the calendar, it's all over the place. On his, it's all over the place as well. So what he's trying to explain here, he was trying to say, oh, you know, you need the moons to calculate in the years. Well, this is not true. Nowhere in Enoch does it say to use the moon to calculate a year. Nowhere. It doesn't say, oh, well, you know, we're going to have to use both the moon and the sun, you know, line them all up together. That's how we get our year. You know, we just went through all these moon phases and cycles on even their calendar that they're using, because, you know, Ken Johnson's calendar here does that 7-day week every so many years. And the moon still does not line up to what he's trying to say it does there. And, you know, he kind of fumbled a little bit trying to, you know, disprove the mathematics of the excess of the sun and the stars, which is 1.2. He was kind of trying to disprove it there, but then realized, oh, that it can't be disproven because that's actually true. So we use the 1 out of the 1.25 every year. We have the 0.25 that's left over, which is a quarter. So 4 quarters equals 1, which is why every 4 years we're going to have an extra day.
So, do you mind if I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I go to March 1935, March 20th. It's the 100%. I feel like this is like the only like perfect example year. So that's why I'm going back there. So March 20th, 1935 is 100%. So where is the moon the year after that? I'm going to go to 1936. The 100% falls on March 8th. So that's more than 10 days behind.
Yeah.
March 20th to March 8th.
Yeah, that's
1,
actually
2,
2
3,
extra
4,
days.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 between the two. Like if you're just counting the days in between, so the 9th to the 19th is 11 days still. So it's more. And then okay, so then we'll go, so that's March 8th, 1936. Let's look at 1937. The full moon is on it's on February 25th. So,
Long before.
all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 days in between those. So one of those must have been a leap year. But it's not exactly 10 days. I'm talking about 10 days in between the two. So like February 25th if you're counting that day, and if you're counting March 8th, that's 12 days. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
well, count the first day, but not the last day, that's still 11 days. Or if you're counting the days in between those 2 days, it's 10 days. But that's not right. That's not 10 days behind.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So,
And actually, you just kind of made me think because that 1 year you were talking about, it was like 11 days difference, you said?
yeah, you want me to look at that and see if there's a leap?
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask that because, if it was 11 days, but we don't count that divider day, it would technically would be like 10 days.
Right?
And then the next
So the
year,
leap year was 1936. So I was going from 36 to 30. Oh no, you're right. No, I started at 1935. Sorry for my son. 19. So it's March 20th, 1935, and then you go to 1936. So that's adding February 29th, and you come to March 8th.
so it's actually kind of showing, that divider day where, the moon also would have that extra day to show you, hey, it's behind 10 days.
It did.
That, and then the leap year would have those like 12 days in between because there's that extra day that comes in there. So it would be technically 12 days behind, but if you
Right.
don't count, if we're not counting these divider days, then it would still be 10.
Yeah. Well, if you're like, okay, 20 minus 8 is 12. And
That,
then from March 8th to the 25th, how many days was in between that? Yeah, it was March 8th to the 25th. So that's 11. That is so interesting.
I know, right?
Wow. I don't know. Something in me told me to look at that. That's
It
crazy.
is. That's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so we can see even Victor's calculations aren't adding up to what he's trying to say they are going to add up to, which, I find it very interesting. He's trying to say this and that and another thing, but it doesn't even add up. But if you take into account the divider days, it actually will be like 10 days behind. Yeah, thanks for sharing those in the chat, Marissa.
Yeah, just so you guys could see what I was, those were the charts I was looking at as I was spouting those off.
Yeah, very interesting.
And the location I have it set for is Jerusalem. I don't know why it puts a different name at the top there, but
Is that like a city in Jerusalem or? Israel?
Oh, I don't know, because I did the coordinates for it, and it even popped up like Jerusalem, but then I don't know why it picked that.
The Afturi?
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, like, so according to Victor's own calculations, what he's saying doesn't even add up. And he's trying to say, oh, look, Enoch here in 73 says, you have to use them both together. Well, I'm not reading that here, that you have to use the sun and the moon together. It actually does not say that at all once. So,
That was like his point, was about how it doesn't show the extra day in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But no, if they're additions, so they wouldn't show extra days like that. But
yeah.
wow, that's so cool, though.
And technically, it does show the divider day in the Dead Sea Scrolls in 4Q324D because of the word vacate that's going to be located there in exactly the correct spot and placement of the divider day. So it's not just a coincidence, that it's going to say, oh, vacate right here, exactly after the 28th day of the 12th month, exactly where the divider day is. Which, here, let me show that actually. Yeah, so this is going to be column 5, and we'll just do this end of verse 9 and verse 10, because right here it's going to show on the 28th, and it is a Sabbath, or the 28th day of the 12th month is going to be a Sabbath, which is correct. Then it says on vacate, and then it continues on weekday 2, and it falls the 30th day of the month. And then weekday 3 is additional. So if we go, where's that? Yeah, let me screen share this. So we go here and we can see 28th day, the 12th month, is going to be the Sabbath, just like it says. Right after that, it's going to have the word vacate, which is going to be boom right here. And then day 2 of that week, the 30th, just like it says. And then day 3 is going to be the seasonal intercalary day, just like it says. There is how many coincidences does it take to make something a fact? Is my question. Like, that's not a coincidence that happens to fall in the exact same spot where the divider day is exactly located, right here in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's just not a coincidence. People want to say, oh, well, that just means a lot of text was missing and stuff and so forth. Well, if we look at that, what amount of text would be missing between the 28th being a Sabbath and weekday 2 being the 30th day? Like, if we scroll through all this, it's only going to show like Sabbaths. It's going to show the first day of the month, what day it falls on, the Sabbath days, the festival days, and then the 30th day of the month. Like, it's not showing a bunch of days in between. So if it was just a nothing day that existed there, like, oh, like the rest of the text is going to show, there's nothing that should be in between the 28th and the 30th, but then we have all this missing text that they want to claim. Well, what's missing there? Clearly, it's going to be the description of this divider day. That's what my belief is, 100%. There's no coincidence. This is located in the exact spot it should be. None of that, because I've heard this This is how people try to discredit me and say, oh, well, that just means there's a bunch of missing text there. Well, then what missing text would be there? Because there's nothing else in the whole, you go through all this, it's only going to show day 1 of the months, the Sabbath, if there's a festival, and then day 30 of the month. It doesn't show like days that aren't anything. Like it's not going to say, oh, you know, this day of the week is just that day of the week. It's just, they're not adding filler to it.
Yeah, it's kind of like basically a written calendar that just pinpoints certain special days. It's not going through each individual day in that scroll and saying,
Yeah.
well, this day is nothing's happening in this day. And it's not going through each individual weekday and describing what's happening that day. He's only hitting Shabbats and high Shabbats and feast days and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, precisely. So when people are like, oh, that just means a bunch of missing text is here, well, then what missing text would be in between the Sabbath day and the 30th day that falls on the 30th? Like, there would be nothing there, but there is something there. Vacate.
Well, they know it's not anything missing, because if they would have put brackets there of missing text, and they would have had dots there in between saying there's some missing text here, but we don't even know what it is. They know the way they do the scrolls. If you actually understand how they've determined what is where, there's a lot. It's a big puzzle piece, but there are a lot of clues. And one of the things that they use is that they differentiate between different authors and where they put their letters in this grid type. It's kind of like we have lined paper when we write on it. They had grid paper where they had columns and rows, and they stayed within those things so that they knew if there was a letter missing or not, and they knew each author how they wrote those letters, and so they knew when people changed and everything.
Exactly, kind of like it shows here in column 6, how we got one verse, but then 2, 3, 4, and 5 are missing, and it's showing that here, and then it continues on in verse 6. So we come down, it goes from 1 to 6, and we see that. So they make it pretty clear. And up here in column 5, where that's located, there is the word vacate here. So there's clearly, there's nothing missing like it's going to show here. Like all this is missing. Or they're going to put, the ... to show that it's fragmented out. Like, there's a reason this is here, and they do that to try to hide, hey, look, this is that divider day, exactly where it should go. Just after the 28th day in the 12th month, which is the Sabbath, last Sabbath of the year. And then weekday 2 is going to be the 30th of the month. Weekday 3 is additional. And yeah, like I said, how many coincidences does it take before something is a fact? And there is no coincidences. Let me find out where I was here again.
You had me thinking just a tad bit on those scrolls. Yahuwah tells us to count our days, and they implemented that in their scrolls by counting the letters. They knew so much about the Hebrew language. They didn't just use gematria, but they could look at a scroll and they could determine if the text could fit on that scroll or not. And how they would have to do it, like how big their letters would have to be and all that kind of stuff. And they had rules. Scribes had rules. They were lawyers. They had rules of how they could do certain things. And when they were putting scrolls together, they didn't take it lightly, just like we wouldn't take lightly putting a book together.
Yeah, precisely. So I just find it's really fascinating that, this divider day, it's not only alluded to and all throughout scriptures, it's also alluded to in the Dead Sea Scrolls. What's not alluded to is waiting till after the marker to start things, waiting till Wednesday to start things, or drifting behind the markers until we add 7 days to a year. Like, none of that can be found in scriptures anywhere. It's not alluded to, nothing.
And the thing is, it's still breaking the cycle. If you do that, you're breaking a 7-year cycle. So
Yeah.
don't come telling me. Sorry. Don't come saying we must keep an accurate count of this perpetual 7-day thing, and then 7 years from now we're just going to add some time to it, and think that that's going to be doing anything different.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what the lunar people
Yeah.
do. They use the moon, and then they have to add the 13th month. What Victor is doing is literally the same thing. It's
Yeah.
intercalation, and it's not necessary. We don't have to. We just have a day at a time that intercalates, if you want to use that word, the year.
Yeah.
No adding excess days or weeks or months. It's just a separation between day 364 and day 1. It's just so simple.
Precisely.
I quite like saying it's a calibration day.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that, actually. Calibration
That
day.
sounds good too. Yeah, that's perfect.
I don't mind
Yeah.
using the word reset because, that's something that gets thrown around a lot nowadays, and I think people can understand and relate to the word reset. I think that, when we're having trouble with the cycle or any kind of cycle, there's some time where it restarts.
Yeah, exactly. Give me just one moment. I need to use the restroom really quickly.
Hey, Adrian, what do you think? I know you just popped on, but do you have any words?
I think you guys are on fire. I have came at this at so many different angles, and I can't disprove it. I mean,
It's hard to hear you.
oh, hang on. Okay, take that out.
Sign out and sign back in.
Can you hear me? Are we still going through these? Hear me? Mm-mm.
I can hear you.
I still can't hear. So, if you can hear me, I put my earbuds in to listen.
There you go.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. So, no, I was saying at this point, coming at all these different angles, we just keep edifying it. Like, Yah just keeps revealing and more proof. It's just mind-blowing listening to Marissa with the moon phases. I mean, I know they don't line up, but everything that she just, shared in the group is just confirmation after confirmation.
Did you guys see those things that I added in to the group chat?
Oh, I'm looking at them now,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, it's just more confirmation,
I feel like that's showing those divider days. Like, that's wild. On the leap year, it shows 12 days. And then the non-leap years, it's 11 and 11.
Boom. That's it right there.
That's it.
And he's
That's
over
like
here
a
trying to...
smoking gun.
Yeah.
Could you just
And he's over here trying to...
Could you describe it, since this is a live recorded call, like what
Oh,
you're
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, I'll explain it. So I added in the group chat the days calculator between two dates. For 1936, it's a leap year, and there's 12 days found between the full moon and the equinox. So that's March 8th to March 20th. And then the following year, in 1937, if you add 11 days, because it's a non-leap year, you'll find 23 days between the full moon and the equinox. So February 25th to March 20th. And then the year after that, you add 11 days to that. You get 34 days between the full moon on February 14th and the March equinox. So that's just showing us where the divider day is, and it's in the appropriate year. And then it's not just like Enoch says, it's 10 days, but when you look in actuality, it's 11 days, with the exception of the leap year where you see 12 days that the moon falls behind the sun. Incredible.
I absolutely love
That,
how the
wow.
Most High put us all together to put all these pieces together. You can't do it alone, and that's where Victor's failing, is he's doing it alone.
So, one of the main points that he said to me was, well, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the moon phases don't skip a day from the 12th month of the year to the first month of the year. And so that had me perplexed for a while. I'm like, oh, well, no, they don't. And so that's an issue. And hallelujah, we just got the confirmation.
Wow. Yeah.
That's incredible.
I, I pray you are watching this, Victor, and seeing, and getting an understanding, because, this is the exact confirmation that we've been getting for this understanding of the calendar, like since the beginning. It's just confirmation after confirmation. And, I get it. There's people that want to fight it. They want to keep their Wednesday and their Saturday. We just have to break out of Babylon, break free of Babylon. And that's part of doing it, is getting off these Gregorian days, because there is no Sunday through Saturday in scriptures at all. Not at all. Wow, that's amazing though. Like, live recordings of confirmations as we do it. Just praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
It's God in His truth, and it takes the whole body to be bringing in all of these amazing bits of wisdom.
Yeah, exactly.
He said that, God told him about this moon stuff. God told him. And yeah, but we have to test all things, and you could be hearing from the spirit of deceit if you're not testing it out right. And it does, and we just clearly showed that he wasn't testing it out to the fullest.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's continue with this video, because I think he's going to get into some things as well that, again, we can easily show he is incorrect about. And, I just pray this is going to help with his understanding if he does watch this. And hopefully he will, reflect on himself and say, hey, maybe they do have something here, and look more into it,
I mentioned this in my calendar basics part 1 video very specifically, why this is their method, because it works for them. They can ignore the moon. The moon proves them wrong. Enoch 78:3. These are the two great luminaries, the sun and the moon. Enoch 78:7. This is going to be my biggest proof and witness, and I'm really glad that I found this. This is what God showed me. Enoch 78:7. The full moon is the sign of the year. According to this verse, the full moon does determine the start of the year.
I don't mean to keep pausing it, but this is something I wanted to go over as well. You know, that is not what Enoch 78 is saying at all. So what was it? Verse 12, he said. Was it verse 12? No, what verse was it? Apologies. Let's see. It's that one where it's right here, 7.
I don't think his verses were right. He said 3 in verse 7, but I don't see where it both. I mean, I saw the first one with the two great luminaries, but the other one didn't seem to be right.
Yeah, he is actually correct. It is verse 3 and 7 or 7.
Oh, I see.
Well, in this translation, but here it says, you know, verse 7, and 15 parts of lights are transferred to her until the 15th day, and her light is accomplished or full. According to the sign of the year, she becomes 15 parts and grows, and the moon grows by 14 parts. So this is not saying the moon, this full moon is going to be a sign of the year or anything. It's just basically, it's a basic statement. Like, this is going to be, her light is accomplished. And it says, according to the sign of the year. Now, what exactly is the sign of the year? It doesn't really say, but it's not saying that the full moon is going to be the sign of the year. We've already proven this out by, you know, what we just went through and showing these moon phases. It's not always going to be a full moon on the first year, every 4 years, every 6 years, every 100 years, every 200 years. Like, this does not even happen. So it just, everything we have shown has proven what he is saying is incorrect. So this, in verse 7, is saying, oh, according to the sign of the year. That's not saying this is going to be the sign for your year. It's just it's a general statement. What is the sign of the year? I'm not 100%. I am interested in studying even deeper into it, but I know for a fact this is not saying a full moon is going to be the sign for the year, because we have just proven that is incorrect by going year by year and showing the full moon is going to land in various spots in the year. It's not always going to be March 20th. It's not always going to be whenever they say they're starting their year. It just does not line up. So chapter 78 here is only explaining phases of the moon. He's not saying to cite it for anything. He's not saying it's going to bring in the year. None of that. We don't see, oh, this is going to bring in day 364 of the year anywhere. We don't even see 364 days mentioned here.
I believe that sign you were talking about is actually in chapter 72, because it talks about the sun going through that fourth gate, and he calls it a great gate and puts emphasis on that gate.
Yeah.
And I think that's the sign.
Yeah. All right. Let me get the video back up. We'll continue watching it here.
Now, that's what it says. That's exactly what everyone doing an equinox changing Sabbath calendar doesn't show you. Doesn't even read the book themselves. Doesn't even take this into account, because they disregard the moon. And this verse is telling us no. This verse is telling us exactly what we knew was correct when creation week was created and there was a full moon on that Wednesday, meaning the full moon, for the sake of the argument, let's just say after the equinox for now, that determines the year. That helps us determine when the year should start. And we did have this happen. So we are correct. And for those of us that believe in the lunar cycles that were applied to the Dead Sea Scrolls, this is correct for years 1 and 4. So this is something important that we have to consider and look into. And again, only using the book of Enoch confirms these guys are wrong. The full moon does start the year. It doesn't say that it starts every year, so don't bring that up. That's not what it says. Don't bring that up. It doesn't start the year every time. We should be looking at when it does. Maybe it only does it on the 1st and the 4th, like the Dead Sea Scroll says when they record a
It
6-year
doesn't.
calendar, and even in the Ot document concerning the 294 Jubilee years, the moon started the cycles. Maybe it doesn't follow through every single time, but it's there. The Book of Enoch says it. Now, in Enoch 78:1, there are 2 names for the sun, Yarez and Tomas, and there are 4 names for the moon, Asanya, Abla, Banais, and Era. So those are the names of the moon. And this is why I actually believe that they did name the moons, like I did in my Calendar Basics Part 2 video. They did name the moons in the Bible. Ethanim, Ziv, and Bol, and perhaps more of the months, right? The lunar months within the solar months. Because these are, first of all, these are all Aramaic translations, and it's hard to get this back into Hebrew. I believe the Book of Enoch was written in Hebrew, but only one of the names of the moon I was able to decipher. It's Era, Aleph, Resh, Ayin, and sometimes with an Aleph at the end for Aramaic. This is also found in the Hebrew Bible in Daniel, and it means earth. So the name of the moon was Earth, at least one of the names. The other 3 names, I'm not sure, but there are 2 names for the sun. I don't know what those would be, because again, we have an Ethiopic copy of the Aramaic, of probably a Hebrew copy that was an original. This is also important because this is why they named the moons, because it was here that the moon already did have names. And maybe these are the 4 names for the moon because of when they fall during the tekufas, or how they what cycle they're in when the tekufas actually happen. Maybe this is what they are. This is what their names would be. So, and then maybe these are the 2 names for the sun, for the longest and shortest day of the year, and then for the 2 equal day and nights of the year, Arias and Tomas. I'm sure maybe there's a connection there, and I'm not going to get into it. But again, emphasizing on the importance of the moon, that's what it's doing. Enoch 78:15-17, and 79:3-5, both are being overlapped and synced together to show the moon is behind 5 days and 6 months, 177 out of 182. See, we have to keep track of both together for a complete count. Enoch 82, verse 2, verse 4, and 6 say, in the day of sinners, the luminaries will change their courses. The moon will change its orders, law, and the stars as well will astray from their commands and change their ways. Have they begun? Is that why the moon is not perfect exactly every time? Or maybe that's just our understanding of it. Are the stars even perfect every time? I don't know. Maybe they are, yes. Maybe they shift a little bit. Who knows? For my final conclusion, I already talked about Enoch 82 in my previous video of the stars on why that passage is incomplete. So you can take a look at that. But Enoch 8, verse 3, gives the wicked angels who also teach the sun, moon, and stars wickedly to mankind. Now, let's not forget that these angels, all their names actually pertain to what they're in charge of. Kokabel is his name, the angel, which means stars of God, which means he's in charge of the stars. And he teaches us, mankind, how to use them wickedly for zodiac purposes and all that. And there's truth behind that. He was in charge of the stars, right? All of them have names. And so I feel like they might use that passage for just the moon to say that they were led astray by using the moon, but that's not entirely true. They were led astray by using the sun, the moon, and the stars incorrectly by all these wicked angels. Now we're jumping into the book of Jubilees. So in Jubilees 2:9.
So I just wanted to address something really quickly before we continue. He was saying, all these verses that he just read off are proving his point out. We have just gone through and shown that it doesn't line up at all with what he's saying. And then he throws in kind of that jab there where, these people don't even read the book. Well, we just read all of it. We go through it line by line, verse by verse. And we have proven out exactly our point, even in real time confirmations here on this live right now. And he keeps trying to add this point, oh, we have to use the moon for the years. We have to use the moon for the years. We have just gone through all of Enoch, where he shows the moon is not to determine years at all. The verses he was using are just showing moon phases. Enoch 74, verse 12, the sun and the stars bring in the year completely. No moon in there. And again, we are not discrediting the moon. We are not tossing it out. We're not saying it's useless. It's not for anything, because it is absolutely a witness. It's going to be a witness for these things. It's not going to be accurate, and it's not going to be consistent. This is why we are not to use it, but it does witness to the fact. And when we go into the book of Jubilees, like we're about to do, we're going to see Jubilees says the sun is for these signs. The sun is for these signs. Sure, the angels taught how to observe things wickedly. Then we got to think, the tabernacle, it was a sundial to track the equinox, day 4. The temples, sundial, tracking day 4. The Dead Sea Scrolls, equinox, marking day 4. Why would the sons of Zadok be using a sundial if we're not to look at the sun? Don't worry about what the sun does. We're just going to do what we feel is correct. Hey, shalom, Sister Sarah. Welcome. But, go ahead. Was somebody trying to say something?
It doesn't help that most translations out there say that the moon brings in the days, the months, the Sabbaths, and the feasts. Just about every translation out there except a very few. And when they're reading that, they're, they believe it, of course, and they're stuck on it because they say, this is what the Bible says. I know that's what Adam, when he did his big video a few months ago on the Jubilees, discrediting Jubilees, I think it was, he used the Sefer or the American Standard,
Yeah.
and and it said the moon leads. But why all these people don't understand that, the Father told us that the moon is the lesser of the lights. So why would the lesser of the lights be giving such a monumental position to lead the calendar, which is huge?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I look at it as like the marriage model. The woman does not lead the man. And the sun has male qualities and the moon has feminine qualities.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's exactly what we showed earlier. We were going through that earlier and showing,
Well, that's not speculation either.
Yeah, it's not.
Because Enoch specifically gives information about the sun's features and the moon's features and their different strengths and everything. It would fall under respective powers in verse 72, verse 1. There's certain things that separate evolutions, classes, powers, periods, names, and places where they start their stuff in their respective months as well. So there's some categories, and the category that falls under the different characteristics of a man or masculine or feminine quality would fall under there.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's what we were just kind of going over as well, because we see here the only correct translation is going to be R.H. Charles, because when you pay close attention here, sorry, apologies, hold on. So verse 12. Okay. So we're going to see here, he's talking about the singular moon, but then he says, so their place, like, is it just what we were going over? Why is it there as in plural when it's only talking about the moon? So that just shows the moon being here is incorrect. That's not a proper translation. It's saying there because it's supposed to be the sun and the stars, so that they do not advance or delay their position. You can't say, oh, the moon's bringing in the years so that their place neither proceeds or recedes one day. Well, who's they if you're only talking about the moon? Right? Yeah, it just goes to show inserting moon right there is not proper. It's not correct. And, Adam was completely wrong on that. Many others who try to say, oh, yeah, see, it says moon there. Well, that's incorrect. Not only is the word a plural word following it, we have all around those verses showing the moon is going to be off every single year. So it cannot be the moon that's bringing in the years when he's literally talking about how it's going to be off every year. But yeah, it just shows the lying pens of the scribes.
Yeah. Well, it tells us what the moon is going to be off every year. So it cannot give us a stable, steady calendar.
Yeah, precisely.
I started getting disillusioned when I saw there were many different dates being used in the Zadok calendar group. I was convinced the Zadok calendar was on the right path, that it was the sun, not the moon, that leads. But then I saw, different dates within that camp, and I thought, okay, we're not there yet. There's still more to be learned. There's still things that we need to uncover. So, I appreciate you guys. You've really revealed a lot. I'm so grateful.
All praise to the Most High Yahuwah. Yeah, we appreciate everybody here, sister. Thank you. All right. Let's. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something?
At least the Yah scriptures and the Hallelujah scriptures have that translation correct in Enoch 74. But those are and of course the R.H. Charles. It's from the R.H. Charles book, which was the original Enoch I ever had. But most of the translations translate that incorrectly.
Yeah, it's the lying pens of the scribes.
I guess when we're sharing with friends, we really need to instill in them, they've got to study multiple translations when they're doing their Bible study. They can't just grab their KJV or their NIV or their Sefer. They have to have multiple translations that they're looking up, because when you see differences, then you need to start questioning and praying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's not one version that you're going to say, oh, this one's correct, all the others are wrong. No, we have to have all of them. We test them all. We compare them all. We take it back to the original languages.
I've even found a few incorrect passages in the Yah scriptures or the Hallelujah scriptures. So, he told us his word would remain, but we need to really search for it, because they've tried to cover it up.
Yeah, very true. All right, so we'll get into this next part where he's going to talk about Jubilees. And he leaves a very important verse out, and we're going to see that here in just a moment.
It says that the sun is the great sign for days, Sabbaths, years, and tekufot, seasons. Now, this passage in the Hebrew, when you look it up on Safaria, and you can use, because they probably already translated the Ethiopic perfectly like a backwards translation into Hebrew, just like they do with the New Testament from the Greek to the Hebrew. And it's not exactly like an actual Hebrew text would be, but it's very close. So I'm sure they did all their study and all that for it. And so for this passage, it could also say, for chapter 2, verse 9, that the sun is the great sign for days, Sabbaths of years, and tekufot, and jubilees, and tekufot of the years. That's literally what it says. So you can interpret it as Sabbaths and years, or as Sabbaths of years is also the interpretation. Instead of meaning Shabbats, like the sun determines the Sabbath, and it determines the years, it's probably saying this, it determines the Sabbaths of the years. So the jubilees and rest dates and all that, the sabbatical years. the sabbatical years, the tekufot, the jubilees, and the tekufot of the years, meaning
Actually,
when
it
they
says
happen within the
both.
year. They use this verse for the equinox shifting Sabbath. Now, I read the passage. I read it with their understanding. I am willing to accept it. I am also reading it with my understanding to test and see if my understanding is correct. So here's what I found. In Jubilees 2:17, the great sign is the Sabbath and not the sun. The Sabbath is the seventh day because God worked for 6 days and rested on the seventh. So the sign is the number 7, not the sun for the Sabbath. So the sign for the Sabbath is directly stated as God worked 6 days, he rested on 7. That's your sign. Your sign is not the sun that determines your Shabbat. Your sign is the number 7. He worked 6 days. So this would probably go against this basic teaching that we already have, already goes against their 8th day out of time.
We're going to address this really quickly and show that is incorrect. What he's presenting is extremely incorrect. So, we're going to go here. Verse 9. Jubilees 2, verse 9. So, and Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on earth for days, for Sabbaths, for months, for festivals, for years, for Sabbaths of years, which is a 7-year period, and for jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. So no, he's not just saying, oh, well, it's just for, jubilees and such. No, he literally says days, Sabbaths, months, festivals, years, Sabbaths of years, and jubilees, and all seasons. It's for everything. Everything. The sun is a great sign for these things, all of them. What he doesn't point out, so he kind of isolates verse 17 here, and he gave us a great sign, the Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but guard the Sabbath on the 7th day from all work. What he left out was right here in verse 21. And so he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath. What sign was this? Oh yeah, verse 9, it says the sun is the sign for what? Sabbaths. Sabbaths. So in context, he created a sign. What sign? Oh, the sun being the sign in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath with us on the 7th day, to eat, drink, to Baruch him who has created all matters, as he Baruch and Kodesh unto himself a treasured possession, people above all people, that they should guard the Sabbath together with us. So if it was a continuous 1 through 7 cycle, why would there be a sign in accordance with where the Sabbath was, so that we can observe it together with them who are in heaven, if it was a continual 7-day cycle?
As we are this day. Hallelujah.
Yeah, praise Yah. So he can leave this very important verse out of his whole presentation and try to say, oh, it's just this 1 through 7 cycle, constantly, always, forever. Again, Yahuwah works with divisions. He separates day and night. He separates weeks. He separates months. He separates seasons. There is clearly a yearly separation as well. He made a sign in accordance with which the Sabbath should be on. That is going to be the sun, as it says here, verse 9 again. So while, yes, in verse 17, the Sabbath day is a sign of his people, because by keeping it, we show we are part of Israel. There's also a sign that's going to show us when the Sabbath day is every single year. That's going to be the equilux and the equinox. So equinox, day 4 marker. 3 days later, Sabbath, always. That's it, right there. Why was the temple made? To track the equinox? Why was the tabernacle made to track the equinox? Why was Moses commanded to set up the tabernacle on the first day of the first month? To track the equinox, which is going to give this sign in accordance with the Sabbath. So again, when we go look at the days. Here, let me screen share real quick. So again, we see here, the sign, it's going to be right here. Here, let me get there. Oops. So it's going to be right here, literally. This is going to be the sign. This is going to be the sign. Right here, equinox. Sign, sign, sign. So, we have this divider day. Look, it's not counted in any numbering of the days. It's not counted in the months, not counted in the years. It's a day not counted at all. So when we take this into consideration, look, it's still day 1 on the 29th. Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and then day 7. When we do it properly, and we are not counting this day into the numbering of anything, it's not going to add or break up this cycle. It's the resetting the cycle. It's dividing the yearly cycle. It's, what was the word Charlie used? It was a good one. It's that division. It's not a day counted. So it's not breaking up the cycle if it is not counted.
Is there actually a verse that say the day not counted? I know we haven't seen the divider day or the day out of time. At least I haven't, unless you have. But a day that says a day not counted. Is there a specific verse for that?
Well, that's what actually a lot of these scriptures allude to as well. So if we go, let me screen share.
I love that excessively long post you posted yesterday. When I started reading it, I thought, oh, this is so long. But I started reading. I thought, wow, this is great. And of course, I kept all of it, and I've started sharing it. Okay. But there are those people that'll say, well, there's nothing that actually says that.
A lot of signs and mysteries are like that, though. YAHUAH, he hides things because those that are seeking his face are the only ones that really find him. And we're not saying that they can't, but we're hoping that they will. But as we spoke of earlier, that people that say, hey, this isn't right, and keep on looking for it, find it. And they don't settle for what everybody else is doing, because YAHUAH only wants those that are seeking for his way to find it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we have, let's see. So some verses that will, allude to this divider day is actually, Genesis 5:23 and 24. The days of Enoch were 365 years. So this 365, that's going to be the same, if you will, it's going to be the 365th day of the year, the divider day, the day not counted. So the divider day is going to be day 365. Then we got Job chapter 3. Job's birthday is going to be the divider day. It's alluded to here. Let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of months. Let it be silent. Let no singing coming into it. And then we got, let's see, I'm trying to find all the ones that will show this divider day.
Can I give one?
Yeah.
Psalm 19, looks like verse
4 says, their line has gone out through all the earth. And the words to the, I'm sorry, it's not in that one. It was in verse 5, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber and rejoices as a strong man to run his race. If he's coming out of his chamber, it means that he had to gone into his chamber. And we know that, like I didn't read, but in the prior verse, it says that a tabernacle was set for the son. So the son kind of has a house himself. He goes into his room, he takes a break, and then he comes out of his room and starts to run his race again. And there you have a day out of time.
Exactly. Yeah, it's alluded to all over scriptures. I think there's no like specifics, is because the lying pens of the scribes have no doubt removed it. And that's actually exactly what Enoch 72 verses 4 through 6 are saying as well. Is there's 2 different portals that the sun's going into. One is it's shining in the face of heaven, and the next is going to be the 4th portal, which is the great 4th portal, which is going to show, day 1, month 1. That's exactly what it's saying here in Enoch 72, 4 through 6, We went over this a little bit earlier, but yeah, he comes to the portal and shines in the face of heaven. And then in the same way, he rises in the 1st month in the great portal, which is the 4th. So we see 2 portals. One, he's shining in the face of heaven. And in the same way, he's coming to the 4th portal, same kind of way, marking the head of months. So there's a lot of scriptures that are allude to, this divider day that happens every single year. Let's see. And yeah, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, or it's because, he was unwilling to discuss all of these things with us. But, he left out Jubilees 2:21, which is significant to what's going on here, because there is a sign in accordance which they should guard the Sabbath. Let me hold on.
Well, and he says that Sabbath is a mark that he puts on us. And if you're not there at the time to receive that mark, then you don't get marked,
Yeah.
It's kind of like, when you have class, if you're not in that class, you don't get, the check that shows that you were there. You don't get that mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Present on Shabbat. Praise YAHUAH.
Yeah, precisely. And, the Sabbath itself is a sign of his people, but there is also a sign that'll show us when the Sabbath is going to occur. And, Jubilees is very important in showing that. And to omit chapter 2, verse 21 is detrimental. And it's not understanding our position at all. He's misrepresented our position many times in this video. He's misrepresented our understanding a lot in this video. And I think that's got to be a lot of the problem he has, because he does not want to walk through these verses. He gets stuck on certain chapters and only wants to address these certain chapters. And it's like, well, brother, we have way more than this one chapter to be able to present this through.
Well, again, you have to ask yourself, why does the 4th commandment say remember the Sabbath day? If it was, like you said, if it was just as easy as counting 1 through 7, that's not really hard to remember.
Yeah,
But if we're
yeah,
following a great sign in how to determine our years, as in remember when I told you where the head of, months is for the year, like when he was telling the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt, to you, this is the head of the year, the head of.
yeah.
So, remember.
Exactly.
I have I used to have a hard time with the seriousness of that if you don't have the mark, you're not being admitted, which means millions and millions of really good, loving Christians that really love the Father and really love YAHUAH, they call Jesus, that they may not be admitted, my parents included. They were good, godly people, but they didn't observe the Sabbath. And, people have said, well, he knows our hearts, we've all heard that, blah, blah, blah. But it's an appointment. And I remember years ago, early in my career, I was living west of Denver, 4 hours west of Denver. I drove to Denver through a blizzard to get to a big conference, a convention for my profession. And I was delayed. I was late getting there because the roads were awful, driving through the mountains. Anyways, and I paid for it. It was expensive. I was not admitted into the conference. I was not let in because I was a couple hours late. No, I was probably 45 minutes to an hour late getting there. They would not let me in. It didn't matter how hard I drove, what inclement weather I went through. I should have come the night before. It didn't matter how much I paid for the seminar, the hotels, the trip to get there. I wasn't admitted. And I was upset and angry and everything, but that was the last time I ever was late getting to a conference, a seminar, a class. I made sure I was there either hours ahead of time or the day before because I knew how important that appointed time was. Now, there's probably other classes or conference I might have been admitted to, because a lot of them we can just waltz in whenever we want. But I made sure after that I was always there on time or ahead of time. So my intentions were great. My heart was very good. I was really into it, but that didn't matter. And is it going to be that serious? Is it going to be that serious for all the people, the good, loving, godly people that didn't keep the appointment, including the
Exactly.
it just shakes me to the bone to realize that it may be that serious.
Yeah, and I would agree, making his appointed times is pretty serious. And we need to do it properly or, we don't get accepted in, just like you were saying.
Yeah, I was reading in Ezra, the fourth book of Ezra last night about how many people are invited, but so few are chosen. So few make it in. The numbers are so small. That's really sad. But I guess that's why it's up to us to just keep sharing with people, use every analogy we can to help them understand, especially the Sabbath thing, that we're supposed to follow Yah's Sabbath, not necessarily the Gregorian Saturday. The Saturday didn't even exist.
Yeah, exactly. And I see Sister Natalie here in chat. She says, we have been making, hold on. It says, Enoch 74:11, the excess days, trying to help my husband wrap his mind around a year not being 364, but 365 or 366, and not needing to add a week. And yeah, that's kind of what we're going over a little bit earlier, sister. It's the excess days of the sun were made to compensate for this darkness and void that existed in Genesis before day one, which the light is marking day one in Genesis. So everything before that, it's going to be this void and darkness. There's not a specific length of time, and I believe it's because of this, this excess days of the sun. And while, yes, they kind of are, yes, day 365, and then every 4 years, day 366, it's not counted in the counting of times. So, like, it's still 364. It's just this excess is kind of there to overlap everything and then bring it all together. So it is a 364-day year. While technically there would be 2 extra days, but it's just they're not counted. And that's the thing is, you know, people are getting upset that, oh, you're adding an extra day here, you're adding an extra day there. Well, they're adding an entire 7 days to this whole count. So where is that at? Where is the, you know, wait until after you see these markers, wait for a Gregorian Wednesday. You know, none of that can be found.
That's a real good point. They criticize and say we're adding or taking away days. But what are these other groups doing? That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're adding and taking away days and weeks.
Right. So we have the mic drop questions for, you know, the moon people, and who wants to say, all right, well, where is it in scripture citing a moon? We have the same thing that we're dealing with Victor. You know, where is it in scripture? Removing Yah's esteem, because the canon calls this day his esteem that lights up the temple. So, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
I've seen you ask that question a lot, Katrina, and of course no one even addresses it, and of course they can't answer it. So.
No, it only goes to insults. And that's, you know, when Victor made that meme of, and you breezed over that one in his teaching, but when he popped up that degrading, insulting meme that we're all these hooded people, and here he is, the conquering king, you know, ready to slay us, you know, no.
Yeah.
That's he's saying one thing and he's doing the same thing. And we can't do that. We can't.
Yeah, making hypocritical memes, like you said, you know, it's all these, you know, Jedi memes where, you know, we got the what is it, the good side versus the dark side, and we're this, you know, hooded creatures with the red colored swords who are just so evil because, you know, we want to do what Scripture says. Versus, you know, his light side where, you know, they're just following the Gregorian Wednesday because that's going to be, you know, their determining factor is what day of the Gregorian week it is versus the markers Yahuwah said we should follow.
Those memes just show his immaturity. I hate to say, but it's very immature.
I would agree. And like I said, you know, we're not here to bash or trash him. And, you know, we do want to pray that he sees this understanding, but, you know, he is incorrect about presenting our position, our views that we see. He's incorrect about the scriptures that he's going through and saying, oh, you know, we must use the moon. We have to use the moon. You know, there's no getting around using the moon for a year. Well, both Jubilees and Enoch both show the moon's not used to determine a year. And yeah, the Death Star throws, yeah.
So I was looking at this, you know, next coming Gregorian year, and because I was writing down the calendar that you had put up on the chat, Jeremy, and I was adding it into, you know, because I do still have to use, you know, some of the Gregorian calendar dates for, you know, other stuff, but just put, you know, the calendar in for, you know, like Sabbaths and for the feast days and stuff. And I was shocked that Easter this coming year is so late, because usually Pesach and Easter fall almost exactly around the same time, and Easter is a whole almost month after we celebrate Pesach. And I was like, whoa, I wonder why, because I always thought that the Catholics celebrated Easter the Sunday after the equinox, but actually it's the full moon after the equinox, which comes 20 days later this year.
Oh, wow.
Versus last year, it was, like I said, it was almost a full month in advance. And so they, the Gregorian calendar is a lunar solar calendar. And, again, if we are following scripture, well, it's not supposed to be lunisolar. It's just supposed to be solar. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd put that in there because I thought that was very interesting, because I was like, when is Easter? That's weird.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. It's so far off. But yeah, it just goes to show, the Gregorian calendar is the one shifting and moving. And, the moon it's not fluent. It's not consistent, and it's definitely off. All right. What do we got? We got like less than 10 minutes of his video left here. And we have almost 3 hours of rebuttal so far. Let me play the video so we can just kind of, finish it up. And then do a little bit of discussion about it as well. Because I also wanted to go into a little bit of, who Rabbi Akiva is and how he changed things and removed books and so forth as well. I wanted to address that a little bit after Victor's video here, but let me go ahead and continue playing it so we can get this, 9 minutes left of his video just out of the way here.
Like to use to establish this shifting Sabbath. No, he worked 6 days. He rested on 7th. That's your sign. Every 7 days, without, as God worked 6 days, he rested on 7. That's your sign. Your sign is not the sun that determines your Shabbat. Your sign is the number 7. He worked 6 days. So this would probably go against this basic teaching that we already have, already goes against their 8th day out of time that they like to use to establish this shifting Sabbath. No,
we prove that is incorrect.
He rested on 7th. That's your sign. Every 7 days, without breaking that with non-days, every 7 days, that's your Sabbath. In Jubilee 6, verses 36 to 38, verse 36 lines up with Enoch 78, 15 through 17, and 79, 3 through 5. Verse 37 describes using the moon for Chodeshim, Shabbatot, Moedim, and the years of the Jubilee. And it tells you that it's wrong because we would disturb their order. Verse 38 says we would err in the first head of the month, the Sabbath, and the feast, the Hag, and Moedim. Again, going with the Hebrew version of Jubilees. And the reason being is because if we are to use the moon for these things, if we use the moon for a Shabbat, for a lunar shifting Sabbath, that would change our 7-day counts. If we use the moons for the feast days, that changes what days of the week and times of the year that we observe the feast days on. If we use them for the moon for seasons and Moedim and lunar month, well, I already said Moedim, so for lunar months, it would just change all the time. Every month is going to be different because the moon is 29 to 30 days and it throws off the 7-day cycle. And so there's nothing wrong with using the moon. This doesn't say you can't use the moon. It says you can't use the moon for these things. The moon is a witness for the sun, just like Enoch says, or is using the moon with the sun to start the year, like Enoch 78:7 says to use the full moon for the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I just want to go over Jubilees 238 because he's saying, oh, it's saying to use the moon for the year. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. I don't think it was 38. Where was that? Oh, no, it was Jubilee 6. That's right. And it talks about, those who make observations of the moon. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah. Jubilees 6:36. For there shall be those who assuredly make observations of the moon, and how it disturbs the season and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason the years shall come upon them when they shall disturb the order, and make an abominable day a day of witness, and an unclean day a feast day. And they shall confuse all the days, the Kodesh with the unclean, and the unclean with the Kodesh. For they shall go astray as to months, Sabbaths, festivals, and jubilees. Yobelim. For this reason I command to witness you, that you may witness to them after your death. Your children shall confuse them, and they shall not make the year 364 days only. For this reason they shall go astray as to new moons, seasons, Sabbaths, festivals, and they will eat all kinds of bloods with all kinds of flesh. So nowhere in Jubilees is it saying to observe the moon for the year. We just saw in Jubilees 2, it says the sun is going to be the sign for these things. The sun. So, verse 9, 2:9. Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, Sabbaths, months, festivals, years, Sabbaths of years, jubilees, and seasons of the years. Where's the moon in here, Victor? Where's the moon? It's not in there. Just like with Enoch, 74:12. Let me find it. We'll bring it up here. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so they don't advance or delay their position by a single day unto everlasting, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. Again, Victor, where is the moon in this verse? He keeps saying, oh, Jubilee says use the moon. Oh, Enoch says use the moon. We have just proven that to be incorrect. The beginning of this video, we went through moon cycles and moon phases and lining it up to his, calendar that he's showing. And we proved it does not even line up to what he is saying.
And the other giving a lot of credibility and credence to the Gregorian calendar, which is not Yah's calendar, bottom line. It's Lucifer's timeline. So they're giving so much credibility to Lucifer's timeline. I've been praying for decades for the Father to show me his timeline because I want to get out of Lucifer's timeline. I didn't know it was a calendar, but it's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious. This is what I've been praying for decades because I knew that the Gregorian calendar, and I didn't even know if we were on the right year. I just been praying to take me out of Lucifer's timeline. I don't want to be in his timeline. I want to know Yah's timeline. And make Saturday, which didn't even exist, Saturday always be the seventh day. That's giving a whole lot of credibility to Lucifer.
Yep, and Rome as well.
Yep.
I think we had a while back where some people were asking if there's any scripture that says that that we've lost track. And Jubilees chapter 6 that you just read before, right before that, in verse 34, it says that that's exactly what that was told. What is to Moshe, right? That they're gonna forget the beginning of the months and the seasons and Shabbats, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. They're not going to find the path of the years because they're going to forget it, and then they're going to go on to forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the other nations, like we just witnessed other people doing this past week. And then they're going to go after the heir of the other nations, which is the Gregorian calendar. That's their Gregorian calendar, is the heir of the other nations. And it's wonderful that Yah's brought us out of all that. Praise hallelujah.
Praise Yah. And thanks for bringing that up, because I wanted to show you here. Lamentations 2, verse 6. So he demolished his booth like a garden. He destroyed his place of meeting. Yahuwah has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and despises sovereigns and priests in his raging displeasure. Right here, he's caused the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten. So there is verses that are showing, hey, these things are going to be lost. And if you think Rome has got the appropriate times, that's being misled. It's not Rome who's got these appointed times. It's not Rome who named Saturday because it was a Sabbath. No.
And if it was once lost, then he says that it can be found. And he says, if you seek, you shall find. If you knock, I'll answer. And so that's all we're doing. If they want to condemn us or say we're wrong for seeking and knocking, then that's on them. But I know that, like Ms. Chase was saying, it's wonderful to be on Yahuwah's timeline, and that's what I'm seeking to do too.
Yeah, praise Yah. All of us here are doing the same. Yes.
It's worthy of a big party.
I agree. Yeah.
That party's coming.
Yeah, again, I was one of those people that was like, no, he wouldn't do that. Like, he wouldn't disrupt, the Sabbath. He would make it easy for us. But then, when I saw the scripture that said, no, he caused them to forget because they profaned, because they wouldn't stop bringing in pagan practices and saying that it was to honor him. And so, yeah, the scripture that you just pointed is a very good one, because yeah, he said, you don't want to honor it the way I told you to honor it. I'm going to cause you to forget it so that you don't profane it anymore.
Yep, exactly. Precisely. Yeah.
Yeah, so us being mixed now more than ever, why would he make it that easy for us?
Yeah.
Right. He took they took everything and changed everything. When a day starts, the whole calendar, but yet they're going to keep the Shabbat the same. And you're telling me that they're going to let the Hasmonean Jews, Pharisees, keep his Shabbat intact and doing what they do with their Talmudic worship and all of that stuff? There's no way.
Well, and and I didn't realize to what great lengths that they go to even find loopholes in honoring, quote, not honoring Sabbath. I mean, they go to great lengths to.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even realize it until I looked into some stuff and I was like, whoa. Just how, like, there are loopholes that they find to keep Sabbath still but not keep it, and it's odd, So yeah, why would they have that right? Why would they have the true day?
Yeah, they're the most wicked people on the planet, and whatever they do, pretending they're Yah's people, is going to be like a middle finger to the Father. It's like nails on a scratch board when I go to Torah groups and they're trying to do the Jewish thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't stand this.
Yeah.
And how many, like, as people in groups, did they all kind of cluster up in camps and the whole entire camp was defiled, I mean, even for some, remember in one of the scriptures, someone took an idol. And, like, all the people were cursed because they took that idol. And they had to they lost every battle. I forget what passage that was. They lost every battle. But it was because of that one single person that was in the camp that was defiling the entire body. And that's why it's important that we, all be in unity and remember that we are going to be judged as a collective, and that's what the Zadoks did, was they had like a 3-year, testing to actually get into the community. And they were as serious as a heart attack because they knew how important this calendar was.
Yeah.
So
The community would also take away that privilege of having that communal meal as well. If you broke some of these community rules, they would say you're not allowed to break bread with me for a year. And it was going to be tough for those that broke covenant.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Let me continue playing the video here. I think these last few minutes here is just him kind of discussing other things. Here, let me just play it.
The sign for the beginning of the year. If we cannot use the moon, according to Jubilee 6, for a Shabbat, think, how do we use the moon for a Sabbath? Because if you're using the crescent or the full moon, it falls on different days of the week. And so you're breaking the seventh day sign that was established in Jubilees 2:17. You're breaking the sign of the Sabbath. It's not the sun, it's the sign of the Sabbath. It's 6 days you work, seventh you rest. You're breaking the 7-day count cycle because you're going to use the moon, which is 29 and 30. So your Sabbaths are going to shift throughout the entire year. And the solar cycle equinox shifters are also doing the same thing. How dare you say we have to abide by Jubilee 638 when you yourself are not abiding by it? Because the rule is you can't shift the Sabbath with a lunar observance. It shifts it from the days of the week. They're going to have a different Sabbath every month. And you're going to have a different Sabbath every year if you use the sun to shift it instead. The same principle applies. You cannot shift the Sabbath. The sign is a 7-day count, not the sun. The sun is used in a different way. The moon is used in a different way. We don't use the moon to
Jubilees
shift our Sabbath. We don't
221.
use the moon to shift our feasts, and we're not going to use the sun to do the same thing. But you guys haven't conceived that. It's a double standard. You're saying we can't shift the Sabbath for the moon, but you can for the sun?
That I just wanted to go really quickly say, where do you think Babylon got that from? Where do you think Babylon got that from? Oh, because there's a sign in the sun, Jubilees 221, for the Sabbath day. So what Babylon does, instead of using the sun for this, they use the moon, and then it ends up changing every month for them. Like, that's completely incorrect. I would agree. We don't follow the moon. But they got that from somewhere. And I truly believe it's because there's this divider day that we go by, according to the sign of the sun, Jubilees 221, for the Sabbath day. All right, let me continue it.
No, you can't either. It's a 7-day count, period. Looking back at Jubilees 2:9, just so we don't leave any stone unturned, reading it with their interpretation, how is the sun the sign for the Sabbath? In their case, it's telling you that it determines the Sabbath. Hello, the equinox and everything we've been talking about. But no, it says here it's for days. So the sun tells you the day, right? It's the daytime hour, the 12 hours a day and all that. Okay, it's the day portion. Same thing for the Sabbaths. How does the sun determine the Sabbath? It's from sunrise to sunrise, not sunset to sunset, because after sunset is dark, and that might as well be considered a lunar Sabbath observance. But see, we are doing a solar Sabbath observance, meaning the day starts at sunrise. The Sabbath starts at sunrise, not sunset. The sun is used for the months. Why? Because the months are 30, 30, 31, just like the sun when it goes through the gates. That's how. It's for the years. It's for the Sabbaths of years. It's for the Jubilees and all cycles. Well, there's 28-year solar cycles and all this other things. These are the major ones that we can't explain too detailed. We're over here stuck on the Sabbath and months and years, at least how a year is laid out. So you already know the name of God is mentioned here in the priesthood, in their 6-year cycles, in the 28-year cycles, like in my part 5 video. So there's more to this than meets the eye or that I can cover right now. The sun is for sunrise to sunrise on the Sabbath, on all the days of the year. Not that the equinox determines the Sabbath. And the sun still follows the 7-day sign, the 7 consecutive days and continual count that is the major rule and the foundational rule that the sun still has to abide by, even though it has its own cycle. Therefore, the leap week is necessary to keep to not compromise the Shabbat through the solar cycles, just like we wouldn't do through the lunar cycles. Therefore, the standard is a 7-day continual count that cannot be broken, and whatever the solar cycles are, if there's 365 or 366, they still have to abide by the 7-day count. There cannot be non-days. Therefore, the balance must be kept with keeping track of 7 consecutive days and not having any breaks, just like we do with Jubilee counts with 49 and 50. We don't break a 7-day cycle count when it's the 50th year. We count it as the first year once again, which means there would be the exact same amount of time of Jubilees. There would be, instead of in 300 years, 6 Jubilees, we would have 6 Jubilees in 294 years, because we're going to keep counting in sevens and not break that 7-day cycle. And therefore, we're not going to, if we can't do that for a Jubilee year, we're not going to do that for every single solar year for the 7-day week cycle for the Sabbath. So now that we've seen both books with all the calendrical passages, there are no verses to show us what day of the year the calendar starts on. All we know is that there is a 30-30-31 pattern. The equinoxes are the last days of a season. The moon is calculated and counted with the solar days for the years. The sun in Jubilees was related to starting the year and keeping sabbatical Sabbaths, meaning 7-year counts from equinox to equinox, with the Sabbath maintaining the 7th-day creation day week cycle. Again, we are not going to use a shifting equinox Sabbath that follows the exact same rule as a lunar Sabbath. It shifts the Sabbath. We're not going to shift the Sabbath. It's unbreakable. It's
Sabbath
a 7-year
doesn't
count.
shift.
We're going to use the moon to start the year, whenever that is. Not every year, whenever that is. It's in the 1st and the 4th year, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls. In a 28-year cycle, maybe. In a 6-year cycle, maybe. That's the work that has to be done to find out what that means. The Book of Enoch is not complete. We already know that. 82 wasn't complete. How much so the rest? It's not entirely complete. But just from these 2 books alone, we did not learn when the year starts. It doesn't tell you it starts on the 4th day of the week. It doesn't tell you the sun determines the 4th day of the week. All of that confusion and all of that accuracy, because there is accuracy in some of those, all of that comes from the interpretations of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They are the ones that interpret these passages and convert it to what we would understand starts the year. Thank you guys for watching. I brought to you what came out of prayer, and I hope you take it into consideration and stick with what these books are saying and not what other people are saying they don't say, because these books say exactly the opposite of what they are saying. Shalom and welcome back.
Sorry, I had to give the buzzer noise there. I find it interesting that, right at the end there, he's saying, oh, only follow these books. Don't listen to what others are saying. Well, what he was saying is literally going against what these books are saying themselves. And like I said, he was unwilling to go over any other scriptures that we have gathered. We've gathered many. We have gathered many scriptures to prove this out. He has refused to walk through any of them. He wants to say, oh, none of these verses show this, none of these verses show that. Whoa, all these verses would prove what you just said incorrect there, brother. All of these verses. Look how many we have. We have so many. So many. I've literally shared this entire list with him as well.
He actually already has the concept, brother, because in his video, he mentions that he's counting 7 by 7, which is 49, and he recognizes that there's a 50th year Jubilee, but he counts it as day 1, which makes him understand, because he actually says, but we don't apply that to the yearly cycle. And that's where he is at fault, because he is not taking the same pattern that he recognizes and applies already to his own calendar. He recognizes and applies it to himself. But then when it comes to the, applying it to the other parts of the calendar, he refuses to do that because he has a bias.
Yeah. That was a good catch, actually. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, he does recognize that it's a cycle. It's a repeatable cycle that is spoken about and alluded to. But he's like, oh, well, we just don't apply that to the year because, we need to hold our Saturday Sabbath. that's incorrect. And, Exodus 40 verses 1 through 2, this is a big key as well. Yahuwah spoke to Moshe saying, on the first day of the first month, you are to raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. Why on the first day of the first month? That's exactly when the Enoch marker or equinox marker is going to be, marking day 4. So if they weren't tracking it, they didn't know what it was, they didn't know when to start it. Well, why do all these verses show that they did? The temple, all of these, literally all of these verses. We got 4Q320. We've got so many things. We've got 4Q324D. So many things that will show, hey, look, this is exactly when the year's going to start. This is exactly when these markers are going to be, and we should start it. Now, if he wants to deny that these are saying and speaking of those, that's on him. The interesting thing is all this the divider day can be alluded to all throughout scriptures. What isn't alluded to is adding 7 days to a year. There's no, waiting until after the markers. There's no, go ahead and drift behind the markers every single year until, we got to add this week to catch back up to them. None of that is alluded to or spoken of in scriptures. So, that's on him if he doesn't want to see it. He completely misrepresented our views and how we see things because he refused to listen when I offered to explain and walk him through these things. He didn't want none of it. He was stuck on Enoch 82. And it's like, yo, we have way more verses than that. He didn't want to hear any of it. And then when he goes and presents his video, he's completely misrepresenting our point of view. And it's no wonder he thinks, oh, you guys are completely wrong, because he doesn't even understand our point of view. He doesn't even understand what these verses are saying. He doesn't understand all the confirmations we've gotten. And, that was actually an amazing thing today as well, is we had live confirmations of this from Yahuwah, going through it earlier, which only further solidifies, exactly what we were saying. And it's not like this is information we found or, we're better because we know this information. No, that's not what we're saying at all. It's all praise to the Most High Yahuwah for showing this information. That way we are able to share and spread it and say, hey, guys, check this out. Check out what we have found. Check out what Yahuwah is saying. It's not to say, oh, look, we have this information. We're lording it over you. Bow down to us. You're not saved if you don't know the calendar. If you don't believe, you're condemned. Like all these things that they say about us, it's just untrue. It's untrue. And there are a couple other things I wanted to just kind of go over as well. And it has to do a lot with Rabbi Akiva, because I know we've discussed him a few times over these last few discussions, but never really got into depth about everything about him. So I just wanted to go through a couple things, proving out, Rabbi Akiva, he had the authority to change, remove books. He was a great contributor to the Talmud, the Mishnah, all these Pharisaic Babylonian writings. Like he had it, he had a role in all of it.
And he had never even read the Torah, hadn't even touched the Torah until later in his life.
Yeah. He was a sheep herder, or what was it? Yeah, I think it was like a sheep herder or something like that. And he was actually working for like a rabbi. Before we go, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So much fakery and lies among those people.
There truly is. And people want to appeal to their authority and say, oh, well, we should follow them. They got it right. No, they don't have anything right. Literally, they have nothing right.
Men will certainly set up idols for themselves, of themselves.
This is true. This is very true, unfortunately. So let me actually copy this link and put it in the chat. But this is just a little bit going over Rabbi Akiva and how he came to be and so forth. So the link, I just shared it in the chat. So we're just going to go over a little part of this article. So we'll start right here. Oops. So moreover, the rabbis did indeed have adequate authority and control over the limited number of Hebrew manuscripts that had survived the destruction of the temple. They did not require a formal meeting to obtain or receive such authority, since they already possessed it, according to themselves. So the dominant Hebrew text that emerged from the aftermath of the AD 70, or the Proto-Masoretic text, was solely in the hands of the only sect that had survived, the Pharisaic rabbis. This is an indisputable historical fact. After 70 CE, only the Masoretic text was left in Jewish hands, and the old LXX had no longer exerted any influence in Jewish circles since it was now in Christian hands. So it was with the Samaritan, so the Samaritan Pentateuch was with the Samaritan community, and the Qumran scrolls were hidden in caves. Other scrolls may have been circulating in Palestine, the likes of those that were imported to Qumran. However, we do not hear about such scrolls, probably because there was no organized community left in Palestine that would use texts like 4Q Jeremiah, 4Q Joshua, which deviate greatly from the Masoretic text. Well, they deviate greatly because they contain the missing information that who the Pharisees removed. So the evidence after 70 CE is monolithically rabbinic. Rabbi Akiva had the authority and power to order the removal of older biblical manuscripts and institute the use of new ones. He could deem Hebrew texts in the temple court to be unfit for public reading. Rabbinic sources indicate that the rabbis also had the authority to dispose of entire biblical books if they deemed them unfit or inferior. And in fact, they did so on numerous occasions. Further, they also controlled the copying and dissemination of the new Hebrew, which is Masoretic, the Masoretic. So what they did, they took all these books, they had their Pharisaical scribes, and they said, oh, hey, translate this, just omit all these things that we deem as, unfit because, it's going to prove what we say incorrect. So we got to edit all that out. And then we'll make a whole new Bible and say, oh, well, this is our authority. So even prior to the destruction of the temple, there is already evidence of centralized control by the Jerusalem temple authorities, or Pharisees, over Hebrew biblical manuscripts circulating in Israel. Scribes, or Pharisee scribes, worked in the temple court and used master copies stored in the temple archives to, quote-unquote, correct scrolls brought to Jerusalem by the local leaders. This is recorded in the rabbinic literature and is also evidenced by the Hebrew text found in the Judean desert, or Qumran, which possess textual affinities and exhibit scribal habits very close to those seen in later forms of the Masoretic text. When the temple was destroyed and other Jewish sects disappeared, such as the sons of Zadok at Qumran, the rabbis emerged with full control over the Proto-Masoretic text and the doctrines and writings of Rabbinic Judaism. These writings became absolutely authoritative for Palestinians and diaspora Jews. Akiba and other influential rabbis traveled and successfully exerted their authority in the diaspora. In time, the rabbinic worldview became central to Jewish belief and practice all around the world. The 2nd century, the Seder Olam became the official Jewish chronology. Rabbi Yosef ben Haftah is the primary author or editor and was a disciple of Akiba. The Seder Olam supersedes the authority of this Hebrew text. See, so they're putting what they say, they're saying, oh, this is more important than what Scriptures is saying. Our authority is more important than what the Bible says. Don't worry about what the Bible says. We have our authority that supersedes it. So we can see where all this is coming from. And this is from, here, let me get this copied and pasted. So we have another article here, and it's called Control the Torah, Control the Calendar. Or no, sorry, Control the Calendar, Control Judaism. So we'll start from, right here. Rabbi Joshua's student, Rabbi Akiva, comes to the rescue. Why? Because there was a bunch of stuff being proven wrong. Oh, hey, our moon sightings aren't coming up accurate. And they're saying, oh, well, our authority says it is accurate. So don't worry about what the Bible says. So Rabbi Akiva comes to the rescue. Rabbi Akiva went and found Rabbi Joshua troubled. He said to him, so this is from the Talmud, I can infer from Scripture that whatever Rambam Gamaliel, has done is validly done. So he's saying, oh, yeah, this Rambam guy, yeah, everything he does is valid because, we don't follow Scriptures, we follow our authority. As it is said, Leviticus 23, these are the appointed times of YAHUAH, the sacred occasions which you shall proclaim. Whether they are in proper time or not in their proper time, I have no other appointed times but these. So Rabbi Akiva thus consoles Rabbi Joshua not by telling him that he is right or by convincing him that the witnesses were somehow right, but by explaining that Rambam Gamaliel is right to stick with the date of the first month that he had declared, even if it's incorrect from an astronomical perspective. So clearly, these rabbis were incorrect. They were being proven incorrect. They didn't care. We had Rabbi Akiva saying, oh, well, he's right because he had that authority of his own to supersede what Scripture says. Rabbi Joshua is swayed by his student, but wants confirmation from more senior Rabbi Dosa ben Harkinas, the very sage whose objection Rabbi Joshua originally supported. Rabbi Dosa too tries to convince Rabbi Joshua to back down, explaining that everyone needs to accept the rulings of the court, even if they disagree, because otherwise the world would be too chaotic. So they're just over here making excuses while, our authority, meaning rabbis, our authority is greater and it should be accepted, even though, they're going to be astronomically incorrect. Who cares? Our authority, it stands, because why? The world would be too chaotic without our authority. You can just see the disgustingness in this writing and blasphemy, spitting in Yahuwah's face, saying, your word doesn't matter, Yahuwah, what we say matters. And this is the Talmud, literally. This is more about, this is Wikipedia about Rabbi Akiva, which, I'll share the link, even though it should be pretty easy to find, but I'll share it anyway. Oh, I see your question there, brother. Give me just a moment. So Akiva ben Yosef, also known as Rabbi Akiva, was a leading Jewish scholar and sage, a Tana of the latter part of the 1st century and the beginning of the 2nd. Rabbi Akiva was a leading contributor to the Mishnah, the Midrash. He is also referred to in Tosafot, medieval commentaries from the Talmud, and the Hakahim, or what is it, wise or skillful man. He was executed by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he had also been described as a philosopher. So in his early years, Akiva ben Yosef, written in the Babylonian Talmud and in the Jerusalem Talmud, was born 50 CE, was of a humble parentage, according to some sources. He was descended from converts to Judaism. When Akiva married the daughter of Ben Kalba Sabua, a wealthy citizen of Jerusalem, Akiva was an uneducated shepherd employed by him. First name of Akiva's wife is not provided in earlier sources, but a later version of the tradition gives it as Rachel. She stood loyally by her husband during the period of his late initiation into rabbinic studies after he was 40 years of age. So this man had no clue about any of this until he was 40, and then all of a sudden he's some great scholar, some great philosopher. It's like this man he was a shepherd, and in which Akiva dedicated himself to the study of Torah. Well, as we read, he did not dedicate himself to the study of Torah. He dedicated himself to rabbinic traditions and his own authority that these rabbis had given themselves. These people don't study the Torah, not at all. They study the Talmud, they study the Mishnah, all these disgusting writings, and then they say, oh yeah, see, we study the Torah. Well, no, you don't. The Torah is like number 5 or even lower on their list, where they're putting, the Talmud and all these other disgusting writings above the Torah. It's just, when you look really deep into things and you see what's going on, you can start to see the truth. And actually, there was one more video I kind of wanted to share. Let me find it here. Here it is, actually. So I think it was... Yeah, so it's this one. So I just wanted to kind of play this, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, but in the beginning here, Here, I'll just let it play out, and you guys can see for yourself. It's pretty, very interesting information.
I'm about to show you something extremely controversial. It's even illegal in the state of Israel to obtain this. And if you do obtain it, it's illegal to show it and or talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, my DNA. Now, I bet you thought it was going to be a lot crazier than that, right? Now, you might ask yourself, why is it illegal to obtain this in the state of Israel? Because it proves through your DNA that Jews around the world have no ancestral ties to the land of Israel. Because it proves through your DNA that Jews around the world have no ancestral ties to the land of Israel.
We Jews have been in the land of Israel since the times of biblical Joshua.
Who is we? No, really, who is we? You live in Israel, so I don't expect you to be able to provide genetic or ancestral receipts for your claims about us Jews, because those kinds of receipts are illegal in Israel without a court order and other special permissions. The Jerusalem Post explains such a thing cannot exist as kits sold directly to the public, going on to say that they have possible effects on subjects and their families. Furthermore, the national implications of these tests could hold or affect, nice grammar, Jerusalem Post, could hold or affect with Israel being a government-recognized Jewish state. Don't you just love when they say the quiet parts out loud? But since they won't let you get receipts for us Jews, I brought my own. Wow. So I, an Ashkenazi, have no genetic or ancestral ties to the region of historic Palestine. I, an Ashkenazi, have no genetic or ancestral ties to the region of historic Palestine. And yet Israel still claims it's my homeland, which I could move to and become a citizen of under the ironically named Law of Return.
What's up, everybody? I hope you're doing good. You good? I just hope that you're doing fine. I have a cousin who always says that if you don't doing fine, kindly try, do fine. So as usually know, these are presented into stories, and today I have a topic that I want us to discuss because I believe it's an important topic that we need to talk about. And I found this interesting video. Most of the people who claim to be Jews are checking the DNA test, and later on they're being surprised that, they're not Jews. And why is this video important? This video is also important to Black people because Black people are the true Hebrew Israelites, and at the same time, Black people are the true Hebrews, right? So I want us to watch this video. There's a lot of history that is gathered here, but most of it are people who are sharing their experiences, their surprises on what really they believe to be, Jews. And then there's this important question. Most of them find themselves Jews, but not just Jews. They are the Ashkenazi Jews, right? Ashkenazi Jews, some people claim that Ashkenazi Jews are not the true Jews, right? Because these has brought a lot of debate rising from the ancestry of the broader Jews population. And I'm also a student in this field, and I hope we all learn. I learn, you learn, and we meet in the middle, and you tell me what to think about this video. As usually know, these are presented in stories. I'm having a presentation that I prepared. One is in this book, and one is in this document that I think I'm also going to be sharing what I came to found. Buckle up for these videos. These are presented in stories. And if you're watching this video for the first time, most definitely, I'll ask you to subscribe to the channel, join our membership, and really get to see what we can offer you. Until then, let's dive right into it. You know how we do it, right?
Have you heard of the Kuzali?
Yeah, that's us. That's me, actually.
Okay, so what is your... this is a question that comes from outside of Israel. What is your opinion about the theory that Ashkenazim came from Kuzali?
It seems relevant. It's quite obvious that white Jewish people, Ashkenazim from Europe, are not genetically, as much as I can tell, I'm not an expert, but they don't look the same like Arab Jews, people that came from Arab countries, and Ethiopians. I don't think there's a lot of... There may be some genetic relations, but there's a lot of genetic differences. And any theory that says that we're not genetically come from the same ancestors makes sense to me.
Ashkenaz is one of the Gentile nations. Now, 80 to 85% of today's so-called Jewry, those who claim to be Jews in the world today, 80 to 85% of them are what is known as Ashkenazi Jews. And an Ashkenazi Jew is so named because he primarily descends from this guy in the Bible named Ashkenaz, which is clearly listed as one of the Gentile nations. Now, the reason for this is that there was a nation of people who were Europeans, white people, known as the Khazars. And in the 8th century after Christ, the whole nation of the Khazars turned unto Judaism. They converted to the religion of Judaism. Of course, it was a false, Christ-rejecting religion. And for a few hundred years, the empire of the Khazars was a power in Eastern Europe, and they followed the religion of Judaism. But eventually they were defeated by the Russians, and they were scattered into Eastern Europe. And so a lot of the Eastern European Jews today are the descendants of the Khazars.
And so a lot of the Eastern European Jews today are the descendants of the Khazars.
I was today years old when I found out.
Ashkenaz, the eldest of the 3 sons of Gomer, the son of Japhet, and the name of a kingdom, referencing these same verses. Most likely it was the Scythian kingdom. Then after a few hundred years, they're lost from history. So they have zero to do with Israel, zero to do with the Jewish people, zero to do with Ashkenazi Jews today. Zero. You say, well, where did the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany, they looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany, so they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Japhet. It's just a name that was taken. Okay, it's that simple. Just like my last name, Brown, doesn't refer to the color of my skin or anything else. It was shortened from a Russian name when my grandfather came over at Ellis Island. The name got shortened to Brown. It's just a name. That's all it is. So the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Japhet is a myth, 100% false, zero truth to it. Just study the history, look into it, check the Bible dictionaries, encyclopedias, the archaeological works. You'll find the exact same thing.
Key takeaway points and food for thought. 1. The original Jews are defined as those from the line of Judah. Judah was the 4th son of Jacob. 2. Ashkenaz was the 1st son of Gomer and is from the line of Japheth and not Shem. 3. They labeled themselves as Ashkenaz but claimed to be from the line of Shem. If they knew their history, would this error have been made? 4. The term Ashkenazi Jew is historically incorrect, as previously mentioned Ashkenaz and Judah are from separate lineages. 5. They self-identified as Ashkenazi and were not labeled as such. Due to the confusion in establishing their true lineage, one could suggest this has been a ploy to hijack the identity of an already established people. 6. It's claimed that the Ashkenazi people have been lost to history. But, are people ever lost to history, or are they invaded, conquered and assimilated?
I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport. There was no such thing in this area as Jews and Arabs and Palestinians. There were Jews and Arabs.
Don't you... I mean, you deny that there was a Palestine Arab people before, but there is now a Palestine liberation movement. The history of liberation movements are that they grow. Won't this one grow? And become in end, in fact, your biggest enemy?
I don't say there are no Palestinians, but I say there is no such thing as a distinct Palestinian people of all the Palestinians who live in Jordan. Why have the Palestinians in the West Bank become more Palestinians since the 5th of June 67 than they were before? Why didn't they set up a Palestinian country in addition to Jordan? Supposing your premise is right, then what should they have done? They should have set up another independent Palestine and fought from there. They didn't do that. They adopted the fact that they are in Jordan. They've adopted the Jordanian citizens. They are the majority in Jordan. They are in parliament. They are in government. What has happened since? Why have they become more Palestinian conscious since the War of 67?
This feels like Christmas morning. I got a 23andMe ancestry and health kit. I think that I kind of want to start with the ancestry side. And it says ancestry composition. I'm 49.9% Ashkenazi Jewish. That's not a huge surprise to me at all, since my mom's side of the family is completely Jewish. My dad's side is not Jewish though. So let's go to there. Let's see what's going on. This is like, I feel really like on the spot. Okay, so I'm 100% European, which again is not a huge surprise to me, but it's just funny seeing it like that. I'm 49% Ashkenazi Jew. Totally. British and Irish and German and French, a little bit Scandinavian, Northeastern European. Yeah, it's not super exciting, but I kind of know all of that information. I didn't realize how much my family was from Germany though, so that's interesting. So let's see if I can get more information on this. It's funny, like I know where like my relatives and stuff came from, but it's kind of fun to see it broken down like this. Yeah, totally not surprising having the British and Irish be pretty strong. The German is though, so I wonder who came from Germany. I wonder if it has to do with the Ashkenazi Jewish part of my family. No really Scandinavian, no Italian. Wow, okay. It's pretty vague. It doesn't give you like, which it makes sense, but there's nothing really random in there. There's a tiny bit of East Asian and Native American. like the slightest. The first thing that they're telling me to do is do the late onset Alzheimer's disease. I do have some dementia in my family, so I wouldn't be super surprised if this was positive, but my heart's racing a little bit. I don't know. So I don't have the whatever, however you say that. So there's zero variants detected, which is, I guess, a positive thing. Cool. So Parkinson's disease. Let's open that guy up. I know that's like a very, so I have 0 variants detected. So age-related macular degeneration. A variant detected, not likely at increased risk. I'm not totally sure what that totally means, but AMD, we're familiar with that condition, but we'll see. I'll do more research on this. Have a slightly increased risk of celiac disease, which I've actually been tested by, like I've gotten blood work and stuff done for celiac disease. And I definitely, gluten is harder for me to digest, but yeah. Interesting.
Let's unravel the mysteries behind Ashkenazi genetics. Ashkenazi Jews are a Jewish diaspora population who formed in the Holy Roman Empire around 1,000 years ago. The total Ashkenazi population is estimated at 10 million people. Today they live mostly in the United States as well as in Israel, where they represent over 1/3 of the Jewish population. They are descended from Levantine Jews who mixed with native Europeans, mostly from Southern but also from Eastern Europe. The combination of European and Levantine admixture makes Ashkenazi Jews genetically close to Southern Italians, Sicilians, Greek Islanders, or Maltese people. Using ancestral populations, Ashkenazi Jews can be modeled as being roughly 49% Anatolian Neolithic farmer, 24% steppe, 13% Natufian, and 9% Iranian Neolithic, with minor Caucasian, North African, and East Eurasian contributions. Get your custom DNA report today at world-genetics.com.
The results are in, y'all. And good news, I'm not from the Walmart discount section. First up, we are 50% Jewish. Woo! Yes, I did have a bat mitzvah. Next, we got 26% Indigenous Americas, aka Mexico, aka Aztec warrior. Then we got 14% coming from Spain. Shout out to all those conquistadors. And 3% Basque. Interesting. This is like the full little map thing they give you. And then I also get to see people I'm related to that I've never even heard about before. Kind of crazy, kind of cool, it's kind of scary.
So you know how in Israel there's a law that bans Israeli Jews from marrying Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims? And they say that this is based on the morale of their holy book, right? But I'm about to show you how this just goes to show that these people don't know the book. And really this law, like about everything else in their regime, is based in white supremacy, racism, and ultimately mid-20th century eugenics. Because the thing is that the most famous and beloved of the Israelites and the Israelite kings, they weren't purebloods. Solomon's mother was a Canaanite. David's grandmother was also a Canaanite, a Moabite to be specific. And a Moabite so famous, she got a whole book in the Bible named after her, the Book of Ruth. What's more is that Ruth and Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, both of these women were widows. And the widow is the carrier of the greatest secret in alchemy. The Freemasons are going to be pretty pissed about me revealing this. But what we call the Philosopher's Stone is actually the widow's elixir. And the sons of the widow are the real heroes of humanity, which is why a Freemason is otherwise called the son of the widow. Also, hi, I'm Ilyan, and I wrote a PhD on political identity in Palestine and Israel. Oh, you thought I was just a little twitchy witch? No, that's Dr. Twitchy Witch to you. I also wrote a master's on alchemy and Jungian dream analysis. I know everything. And I've read all of Abraham's books, cover to cover, and some of them in their original language. I'm not from Israel or Palestine or anywhere else but the earth. I have no ethnicity, believe in no nation, and identify with nothing but humanity. And if you're watching this, then you're probably someone who wants to see a world without borders, just like me. And you're also probably someone who understands that identity politics benefits no one but the capitalists. The more identified you are with an age, a gender, a sexuality, a nation, a religion, the easier you are to market to. But the less you identify with, the more you understand that identity is fluid and that you change every single day. That as you watch this video, you're not the same person who watched the last video. Then you're really hard to pin down and categorize. It's really hard to put you in a demographic when you're a shapeshifter. But anyway, back to Ruth, whose book I encourage you to read because it's really short. But basically, Ruth lived with an Israelite woman named Naomi. She got married, her husband died, and eventually when Naomi was sending her and her sister back to her tribe, she decided to stay with Naomi because she loved her so much. She was like, please, Naomi, let me go with you and worship your God. Naomi approves, takes her back with her to Israel. She marries an Israelite and eventually becomes the grandmother of King David, a man after God's own heart. And then David, who's basically God's favorite ever, he has a whole harem of Israelite wives that he wins in battle and whatnot. He eventually falls in love with a Canaanite woman named Bathsheba. He sees Bathsheba and she is so beautiful, like man cannot contain himself. So he sleeps with her even though she's married, and he has such a good time, like he cannot forget that. He wants some more. So he basically sends her husband out to battle and conspires to have him killed so that, you know, he can marry her in peace and have her have his babies. But this makes God angry, and he sends one of his prophets to tell David a whole fable with a moral lesson, which I can get into in another video because it's a super cute story. But basically the lesson is that, like, David, you literally have everything. You have a whole harem of wives. And this poor man, Uriah, had the one wife and you took her away from him. That's so greedy, bro. And for that, I'm gonna punish you and unalive your first child with Bathsheba, because I know she's pregnant. But David repents, and God forgives him, and he keeps going. Bathsheba has another son, and his name is Solomon. And we all know that Solomon goes on to be like the king of kings. Solomon is bestowed the honor of building a temple for God, an honor that God did not give to David or anyone before Solomon, and hence the importance of Solomon's temple. The temple built by Hiram Abith, the king of Tyre, who was also a widow's son, who's really the main character in Freemasonry and the Bible's most famous alchemist, and who it is speculated was Solomon's relative. And if the genealogies are correct, and Jesus Christ is really the descendant of Solomon and David, then Yeshua was also a Canaanite. See, because Yahweh says a lot of things throughout the Old Testament that you might think are just absolutely horrible. But even though he has a rep for doing what he says, he doesn't actually follow through on most of the stuff he says he's going to do. Like he repeatedly says throughout the Old Testament that no one is ever going to remember the Canaanites, that the Israelites, they're going to erase them, they're going to eradicate them from the face of the earth, and no one is ever going to hear about them again. And yet here we are, you and I, talking about them. And there goes Yahweh, one book later, picking a Canaanite's descendant to be his favorite king. Bro is a talker, okay? Half the stuff he says, if not more than half, doesn't come to pass. And the modern state of Israel, as we should all know by now, has modeled itself on European colonies, and specifically the French colony, and German tactics for apartheid. Specifically here, that in order for one to maintain a purity of race, which I also don't believe in because it's not scientific, laws need to be implemented to ban intermarriage. But a little bit of critical thinking will show you that if anybody can convert to a religion and then get married, is there any purity of blood being maintained here? Anyway, I think I've rambled enough for now, so come to my live in a few hours. Love you, be free, decategorize yourself.
Oh, welcome back to the channel. It was a long journey.
All right, so there you have it. You know, I would take what that witch at the end says with a grain of salt. Yeah, blasphemous 100%. You know, the witch at the end, you know, ignore. She says some very few correct statements, very few, but she's just a witch. She's blaspheming against the Most High Yahuwah. Just take it with a grain of salt. But, you know, everything else in that video is 100% accurate. It shows, you know, they made DNA testing illegal for that very reason. They don't want people knowing the truth that they're of Japheth. Just like we were going over earlier. They're not of Shem, they're of Japheth. And as a matter of fact, let me actually look that up, because give me just a second. Let me find it here. It's actually in Genesis 10. Let me close some of these tabs out real quick first. Lots of tabs. So we'll go to Genesis. Oh, let me screen share. So we're going to go Genesis 10, I believe. It's 10:4 or 3. Oh, yeah. So Genesis 10, verse... Well, here, we'll start from verse 1 right here. Yeah, there's a reason they declare, you know, us Caucasians their biggest enemy. There's a video series on YouTube, and it's called 100 Proofs Israel Were Caucasian. And he gives 100 proofs, literally. And it literally destroys the black Hebrew Israelites and all these other people that would want to claim they're the originals. I mean, it's just not a fact. There's a reason, you know, these Edomites, they claim to be white when it's convenient for them, but then they're not when it's not convenient. And we're just their enemies. And it's because they know who the true people of Israel really are. And I'm not saying this in any kind of racist way, nothing like that, because all people are given the chance to repent and be grafted into Israel. This is the whole theme throughout the entire Bible. There was a mixed multitude of nations that came out from the Exodus with Israel. So, this is not saying, oh, if you're of this race or that bloodline, you absolutely can't be Israel. No, this is untrue. Every creature has a chance to repent, turn to YAHUAH, and be grafted into Israel. The point is, there's a reason they consider, us who are of the Caucasian race, they consider us enemies. They're trying to belittle us and bash us and say, we're this, we're that, we're nobodies. But, I hope you get the point. So let me read this here real quick. So Genesis, this is 10. How many minutes do we got left here? I know we only got a few minutes left of the recording. 6 minutes, 5 minutes. We can do this. So, and this is the genealogy of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yawan, Tubal, Meshach, Tiras. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz. You wonder where they get that name from. And you heard the rabbi in that video trying to excuse it away, like, oh, we just picked that name because it sounded good. It's a bunch of malarkey, a bunch of garbage. It's that reaching to hide who they truly are. And they're, we're just named after that because we thought it was a cool sounding name. That doesn't mean we're of Japheth. Well, actually it does, because Ashkenaz, that's, when you go down the lineage, you see all of that. You see they get mixed with Edomites, they get mixed with Nephilim. This is how we get these modern day synagogue of Hasatan, the ones who say they're Jews but are not. And those, I don't know if anybody's watched them or not, but those Psalm 81 wars that God Culture has, it actually goes through a lot of this information and kind of walks it through, step by step of exactly who they are and where they came from. So this was just a quick video, just kind of explaining it. But those people over there, they're usurpers, they're imposters, they're infiltrators. They are the synagogue of Hasatan. So if this is the case, why are we following and listening to them for anything? They don't have the right calendar. They don't observe the festivals at the proper time. They don't even observe the Torah. They have traditions of men, literally all over their doctrines. They say you cannot understand the Torah without reading our Talmud. Now, we saw where the Talmud came from. We saw how it was created. We saw how the rabbis were given it. Well, they gave themselves authority to remove books, edit books, take things out. So why listen to them for anything? Honestly, that's a big struggle in the body today as well. Is so many people want to appeal to this authority of the synagogue of Hasatan. They have no authority. Literally, they gave themselves this authority, and they continue to lift themselves up on their own self-given authority to say, oh, we have this authority. Well, no. YAHUAH never gave them any kind of authority. They gave themselves this authority. We saw how they have purposely changed things to say, oh, well, we do it this way because, it would be chaotic if we didn't. Well, none of that is true. Yeah, because we are the real Israelite lineage. Yeah, exactly, Sister Sarah. Bloodlines do have a propensity for different inclinations, which is obvious with those people and with Israelite lineages. Yeah. For me, it's almost a barometer of what What is a lie? That which the Jews do and teach. If they are doing it, I'm not. Whichever way they're going, I'm going the opposite. Yeah, precisely, Sister Sarah. And that's exactly it. What these people do, we should be doing opposite. So we got like 10 seconds of recording left. It's not impossible for them to be saved, and it would be awesome if they were. But the seed line of Satan doesn't have a propensity for Yahuwah and Yahusha. Yeah, exactly. They can be saved. They literally can be saved. They choose not to, though, and it's really sad.